Man, this is weird. So I guess this is gonna be me kind of live streaming. I guess me building out. I guess a project for the VAPI build challenge. So if you actually go to, let me go to the VAPI page real quick. Let me share my screen. Yeah, let me share my entire screen. And let me low key, because I'm not even sure. This thing I want just in case something happens, because I very rarely live stream, so I barely know how this works. Just in case I don't get good, if this thing, like, I guess I don't get the recording or something, I'm gonna just go to Stream Studio and low key record that. So let's get the whole thing. Uh yeah, get the whole thing. Let's get this whole thing and just start recording just in case. Why not? Like, why not? All right. So let me go to the VAPI build challenge. What is this here? Oh yeah, let me exit out of that. So VAPI has their VAPI build challenge. Let me go there. VAPI build challenge. So they have 5 days remaining. So build a voice agent win from 20K plus challenges. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to kind of build something. I got 5 days and I'm trying to build this out. And I was like, might as well kind of live stream myself, record myself, kind of building this out. Because I think that's kind of cool. Just live streaming you, like having a whole live stream of how you kind of build stuff out. I think that's kind of a cool concept. Even though nobody's gonna be watching this right now, I think it's just cool to have that thing recorded. So what I'm actually gonna do is I was actually writing a post on LinkedIn about this. So I want to actually kind of finish that up and post it and post that live stream link. Post that live stream link so I can just have that there just in case anybody wants to check that out. But let me actually, so I have notes. Let me see, diary link post two. So let me finish that out. Blah blah blah. Goes to build transcript. Then I have time. Um, yeah, and then let me add just because I feel like, can I make this bigger? And this is the screen studio stuff, so I don't really care about making that bigger. Just because, let's see, just because it would be cool to literally have a whole recording of me building something out. Gonna be like, just be me time. Let me get that emoji, that little laughing emoji. Hope I don't have anything bad in my history. Laughing emoji. Okay, let me copy that. Let me paste that. And I have all this. So I always take this thing, clean up the grammar and everything. Like, it's fucking awful. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I write like a dumbass. I don't know why my grammar is so bad, but it's just, ooh. That's like ChatGPT AI and stuff is such a lifesaver. I can't imagine like how my post would look like if I was just write scratch. I didn't have anything that can just check my grammar, clean it in one go. Let's see. Let's see what's here. Post writing. Yeah, post writing. Actually, no. You should just go here and say clean up my. Just go here. Okay. Clean up. Can you clean up the grammar of everything in this post, of everything this post. Okay, day one. So this is the post I'm planning today, even though it's already done what I've already done, which is what I usually focus on. I coming back by finally cut the deadlines ahead, so then I want to dip my head into this into this this should have it's how long it takes to prompt voice agents action for agent contests. Times the real problem is the transition between closing a client and building a decent prompt. It takes way too long. Sometimes I spend a full day even for on how complex the prompt needs to be. There's just too much time spent, and then you need to find ways to make it more efficient. So part of it, well, the other part is that there are parts I know it can be automated. Goal is to build automation that doesn't fall into the change for my client meeting. Just to create a VAP agent using VAPI MVP. Run using VAPI test future, evaluate performance, and have AI improve the prompt based on these evaluations. Ideally, I would have a complete that can damn, I have two emojis. I don't know if I should have two emojis there. Stretch goal by the time, which I probably won't. Unless I manage to finish early, I love to add agent that builds a real-time mind map of the conversation flow during client calls. Explore using my voice, using my voice. Okay, okay, yeah, this is pretty good. So I'm gonna go check that out. Not Telegram, LinkedIn. Ooh, ooh. Okay, let me go post. Start post. Let me clean this up. Ooh. So this post is more about what I'm planning to do. Day one of building. Let me see if I can do a hashtag. VAPI. Let me see what people do with the hashtag. LinkedIn. Isn't it hashtag VAPI? Let me see. What's not his name? What's his name? What's his name again? Let me look at my comments. Notification. Yeah, here. That's crazy. Right there, what I was looking for. Yeah, build with VAPI. Let me copy this hashtag. Oops, the hashtag for the build. So this post is more about what I plan to do, even though it's already at my time, rather than what I've already done. Which is what I usually focus on. Work by finally close. So now I plan to dip my head into this VAPI challenge. This VAPI hackathon. I guess is it a hackathon or I guess it's technically a hackathon. Hackathon. This VAPI hackathon. They've been doing. And they've been. I'm gonna have clean this up, or I'm not good at writing. They've been doing in the which in the last few remains to have days I have, and just let me tell AI to fix that for me. Fix grammar here. But I finally cleared all deadlines, so I plan to dive into the background to this VAPI hackathon. VAPI has say, can I say VAPI? Can you say that VAPI has been running? I'm live streaming, right? Let me make sure I'm actually live. Oh, what the heck? Let's see. Yeah. I think I'm live streaming. Work held me back, but I finally cleared out the voice deadlines I had. So now the plan is to dive into the VAPI. I haven't dived in work running 2 days. But I don't know how people do this streaming stuff. It feels so damn weird and so damn nervous. Even if there's nobody watching, it feels so damn like it's so weird just talking in front of the camera. Okay, let me see. Working with I finally cleared out a lot of deadlines I had, so I'm planning to dive into backend that I've been running for just a few days. The plan is to actually build a tool I would personally use to automate a lot of the work I do when building agents. The problem, one of the issues I have is how long it takes to test prompt agents. Sometimes I waste time, you know, or to overoptimize or make just make or add unnecessary things. Like just I want to add unnecessary things, unnecessary things. Just just because I like to overdo things. But anyways, let me say anyways, I think it's a better transition. Anyways, the real problem is the transition between closing client and building out a decent prompt. It takes way too long. Sometimes I'll spend a full day or even 3 days, depending on how complex the prompt needs to be. That's just too much time spent. I need to find ways to make it more efficient. Sure, parts of it is that I personally crazy, but another part of it is that there's part of the process I know can be automated. The goal, the goal is that the client means process the transcript, create a VAPI agent using VAPI MVP, run automated tests using test future, evaluate performance and have they based on those evaluations, have a reliable and it saves time and gets a lot of back for a bit. Stretch goal if I have time. If I manage I also love how to agent explore while using just use my voice. That's my voice. Just because it would be cool and fun. They have recorded me some live, going to live streaming. Uh, here's the live stream. Game link. You want to out. Here's a live stream if you want to check it out. Let me get that live stream link. Let me copy that. Okay, it's a pretty good post. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, that should be. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah. Try to boost uh day. So this is all my posts are fucking incredibly fucking long, bruh. I just yap 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 yap. Creative app agents, try fuel. Blah blah. So it's a sunny day to go to automation plan. Okay, and then let me also. So I have actually have a little WhatsApp group. Um, I have a little WhatsApp group that I have. It's like actually a mostly Nigerian WhatsApp group, and I honestly don't post as much as I do, but it's just a channel that has this is a bunch of Nigerians, and I teach them AI. Even though I haven't been posting on it, it used to post on a good bit, and I was be showing them my AI posts or showing them cool things like the cool things that are happening in AI and stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm also gonna take that because this would be cool. I'm gonna take that and post that in the WhatsApp channel I have. For some reason you can only access WhatsApp channels from your phone. I'm not sure why. So I have to send this to like a Telegram message. I have to message it to myself so I can add it to the phone. But real quick, let me go. Anybody's okay? Improve the grammar for this. Improve the grammar for this. Okay. And let me put this in Telegram. Here is the link. Damn. Copy. Here, send. There. Let me add that to my Telegram. What's that? Man, I feel like this thing is it's so weird, bro. Live, even with nobody here, live stream makes me so damn like just recording myself while I'm doing something talking is so damn fucking nervous. Makes me so damn nervous. Okay, there. Um, so I think there's probably two more things I want to do before I actually go and start. So real quick before I actually start, ooh, let me go to my 11 lab stuff. So what I like to do sometimes is that while I'm kind of building stuff like voice agents and stuff, there's I always like to go in 11 labs and then kind of run tests on how something sounds. And sometimes if I really like how something sounds, I go save it and I just go put it in a file to just say, hey, this is this like prompting this way makes it do a really really cool thing. So it helps me keep track of all the kind of cool ways to kind of do something. So let me see. Oh yeah, the price. I think it was this one. Let me play that. Let me share the audio too.
Okay.
Because I bet you guys cannot hear it. But can I share the audio from a different? I don't think I can share the audio from a different place. Let me see. This is not what I want to share. Okay, let me see if I can do that. Let me exit. Share audio. Nah, it's so lame. Let me go to 11 lives. Maybe I can log in for my account. No, don't try for free. Let me log in. Uh, Hopefully I know my password. Hopefully nobody can. Nope. No users provided credentials. Yeah, I think I have to log in for my email. Using the account. Oops. Try another way. Use a passkey. Try another way. Do I have a passkey? W, have a passkey. You mean I can't access this? No, 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 no. Oh, the fuck. Damn. Try another way. Lebowski. Hmm. Cancel. Yeah, bet. Okay, text to speech. History. Now let me go to live streaming, share, and then share audio. And hopefully you can hear for that. So I think the first thing I want to look at, I think at this one right here. Let me play this one.
Okay, yeah, the price for that, I think it was 35 or no. It was $39 a month.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, yeah, the price for that. Okay, yeah, the price for that, I think it was 35 or no. It was $39 a month.
I feel like there's one here. I feel like where it did a really good, like it did the question mark really good. But I'm gonna save this one too, just because I just like the how it does the pause and stuff. So downloads MPP. Or was this the one?
Okay, yeah, the price for that, I think it was 35 or no. It was $39 a month.
Okay, let me just download that one. Let me see this one.
Okay, yeah, the price for that, I think it was 35 or no. It was $39 a month.
Let me this last one actually. Download.
Okay, yeah, the price for that, I think it was
All right. Let me share my full screen. Let me just download all of them now. Let me rename them now. Add everything. Downloads today. Good. Good example of wrongly casting something. Pausing and correcting. And then let's see. Let's see this one. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. A lot of folks start with just the basics, and then expand when they need to. Let me see some.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. A lot of folks start with just the basics and then expand when they need to.
And let's see.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna take this one. That's like how it says. Okay, all right. I know sometimes it's like I like how it uses the pauses, and then I like how it does okay and then right. So it's like it's kind of repeating itself. Sometimes like humans when they talk, they'll kind of say something and then they'll kind of repeat a word that's similar to what they already said. So I'm gonna save that. And again, what I'm really doing here is I just like to collect voice samples of all the things I feel like sound like that I just kind of like and feel like sound humoristic. So I know things I can kind of input if I want to make the AI sound more humoristic or I want to do certain things. It's like, oh, you can't really tell that's the AI.
Okay. All right.
Okay, let me rename that. Um, repeating phrases. Okay, go back. And let's see. All right, I think I like this one.
All right.
Is a one thing I've been kind of playing around with because I usually do something like or something like that, but or people but sometimes when people are talking they like to do or so I started kind of playing around with using that. let me take this one.
Mm, all right.
Let me go down with that one.
I'm a bit new here. So I wouldn't, I don't, I'm not confident I know the answer to that. But I'll make sure to get you to someone who can confirm that. Two to that. I would have to know what city or area the property's in. That'll help me know who to connect you with.
I actually really like that because it's like it's kind of stubborn with what to say. It's like I wouldn't, I don't. You know, some people again they will kind of repeat phrases that are similar because they're trying to think of what to say, but they are kind of fumbling. They're fumbling a bit while kind of thinking. So let me actually go take that and download that. I think I
I'm a bit
already.
new here.
I feel like
So I don't, I'm not confident I know the answer to that.
I feel like I already saved something like this, but just in case, let me just do that again. Um, Reading phrases, cause thinking what to say as they back. What to say as they talk. Okay. Okay, that's good.
Mm,
Talk. Okay. Have my AI call samples. Okay, let me exit and share my whole screen again. I'm gonna save this into a file I have, folder I have. Let's see, Google Drive. Please call samples. So I don't have anything weird in my drive. voice, voice prompt folder. Uh, that's not what I want. Share with me. Which is this? No. Okay, this is what I want. Realistic, yeah, voice samples. Let me add something new. File upload. Documents. Is it AI voice samples or what was it again? No, not AI mind call samples. What was it? No. What was it again? Go down. Realistic AI voice samples. Yeah. Ah, fuck. I forgot what. Oh, no. What was it? Which I did. What example was it again? I think I put it in the wrong folder. Let me go back to my folder. Ah, yeah, I did. I put it in the wrong folder. Copy. Actually, no. Let me before I do that. It makes sense to be easier to tell the difference. Let me go new. File upload. Document. Let's say AI samples. No, not really. My echo samples. Let me copy all this. I copy. I don't know the copy again. Damn. No. Where is it? How do you copy again? That's annoying. Damn, whatever. Now, how do you copy this? There. I don't want to download that. Damn. Yeah, so close. Okay, and then what I usually do is I like to add this to a notes, so I know what text is attached to it. So let me go back here. Yeah, what is it? Let me see what I have here. Where was it? Which one was it? I have a bunch of stuff in here. Oh, I'll add that later. But now it's time to kind of go. I guess start kind of scoping up what I'm kind of gonna kind of build out for this. Let's go to hmm, 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 hmm. Let's go to Google Notes. All right. Okay, VAPI challenge scope. VAPI challenge scope. Scope. Okay, day one. So what am I gonna do for day one? So day one, the plan is to do this do this upload. I'm gonna try to do 10 hours. So it's 8 right now. So it's 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 8 to 6. Build build from 8 to 6. 8 to 6. Okay. Uh, Now what am I gonna how am I gonna start off with this? Let's see. Let's see. How am I gonna start off with this? Hmm. Hmm. So what I want to do is I want to be able to take transcripts and create a prompt with that. So should I just start with plan just create a custom GPT that can do that, and then I can take that, and then should I use N8? I'm not sure if I'm gonna use N8 for this or not. Yeah, I might use N8 for this, but I'm gonna create a custom GPT first and custom that to actually take scripts and make prompts off that scripts. And then I can think of how I'm gonna programmably kind of automate that with NA or because I don't think I really need to write any code for that part. So that's what I'm gonna do. So part one, build out a custom GPT that can that can create prompts in using your framework. Some of that. Let me see. I got one like. I don't know if I liked it myself, but got one like. That's nice. Okay, let's see. What was I fucking gonna do? Okay, yeah. Let me go. Let me go to ChatGPT real quick. Let me go to create a custom GPT. Let me go create. Let's go to configure. Okay, we can do this. Create this. Call this VAP. Okay, or not VAPI, or yeah, VAPI prompt builder description for turning my client meeting scripts into voice AI prompts. All right, I need to get something to eat. Ooh, got all the fruits because I heard that fruits help you concentrate. I heard berries actually help you, I guess, focus more. So I just got a bunch of fruits. I got Monster, even though you shouldn't really be drinking that shit. That shit ain't healthy for your body, but just need something that could keep me awake for a bit. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Go to back to Z. So I guess the first concept is like, how am I going to go about actually kind of, I guess, creating this prompt structure? How I go around creating this prompt to actually kind of build out this agent that can go take a script and then create voice AI prompts based on those scripts. So let's see. Let me think. So building out a custom tree that creates prompts using your framework. Let's see. What's the first thing? Let me go to my prompts. My prompt framework. Okay, let me go. Let me go to my prompt real quick. Am I sharing my screen too? Yeah, share my screen. So let me go to my prompts. Assistant. The first thing I always have in my prompts, I have the role. So I always have like, I guess, context of what the voice AI is kind of doing, and just that's where all the context. I guess kind of like if a person is doing I guess outbound setter, you kind of have, or if you're hiring an outbound setter for your job, you might have a job description of everything, everything she'll kind of do on those calls, everything she'll kind of do on those calls. I guess that's kind of the role. It gives the AI the kind of the role that's supposed to play. So let me go here, go back to Z. Probably. So my prompts always have a role. The role is used to describe what the voice AI is going to do. Let's see, the role is going to describe what the voice AI is going to kind of do. What else? In the context of the conversation that's taking place. Usually, I would state its job and the company kind of works for. So, like, for example, it's let's see, not that. Let's see, it's like, for example, it's at for security. Usually, I would say it's a job and company work. So, like, for example, it's a info. For example, I would say you are this gives the context of who the AI is, what job it's working, and what company it's working for. Okay, so I have that, and then let me see. Let me look at the other prompts I've done with role. Blah blah. The same thing. I mentioned I gave the flow here. So it seems like I usually add some type of flow here. What's going to happen in the call? So guys and person, so you may be seeking toners so there. Scarce some by squaring about pricing. Okay, so so usually I add some type of summary of the call flow, or what the AI is trying to kind of achieve in the call. Here are some examples. Here are 2 examples of this. For example, or let me add multiple example, or for another example. Let me add multiple examples to this. Let's see. Let's see. I got American Investment. Let me see what other voice agents do I have here. Got real estate. So this one doesn't have the flow, but let me. Universal train. So let me add this one here. Let me see for other examples. This and another example, and because what I'm gonna do is that once I have a rough draft, I'm gonna just put it AI to kind of clean this up. So then for each kind of section I do for my prompts, I'll just have AI kind of clean up, and then I'll have like a good prompt of getting the AI to understand my whole type of prompt structure. So it's easy for it to kind of automate prompt structures based on my meeting transcripts and all that. Mm. Okay, so let's see. Usually blah blah blah. And let me see other example one, example two, example three. So let's see. Let's go here. Let's get another example. This one doesn't really have much going in there. Okay. It seems like I always do a primary goal inside it. I don't know if I should add that. I think that goes into the call flow, so I'll add that into the call flow. So for other example two, example three. Okay. And another this is the concept of what job. This gives concept of who the AI is, job it's working on, what the conversation is about, and what the company is working on. And usually in the role section, there will be some type of summary call flow of what the AI is trying to kind of achieve and call. Let me check something real quick. Okay. So usually we'll have some summer flow. We're trying to get, here are two examples of this. Let's go here. Let's see. So this is one example. Leads. There. Let me take that. Nope, that's not what I want. Okay, example one. Example two. Let's see. Okay, take that example two. Okay, let me get this. I put a ton of stuff in this here, but it doesn't need all this here. It should just have that. Example two. Now, let me see if there's anything else that I should mention about that role section I have. Let me go to fun. Because as I kind of prompt, I kind of change how I kind of do things. So all my prompts always change and are a bit different every time. But let me see. Context of how you work. don't think I usually need this section. Prompt explanation, persona ending. I think that should be good enough. Um, one thing I would like to mention is that one thing I always try to mention to make sure AI has a full understanding of the context of understanding of the context is that I tell it tell it that you and then the role section is that I tell it you're having you are having a human to human conversation. You're having a human to human conversation, and let's see, you're having a human conversation, and that all the text you generate will will be translated translated to voice. So make sure you don't say anything unnatural that a human wouldn't say in a professional conversation, and that you add tendencies or things, and that you structure your response and that you structure your responses to feel and sound as human like as possible. So that's the role section. So let me actually take this. All right, I'll put it all in the prompt after I write out my prompt framework. So let's see the role. Let's have that as a heading. Heading two. This has that as a role section. Let me see how many views. Oh, I have one guy. That's nice. What's up? You said I can't see what you're doing. Oh, let's see if he's still here. Can you still not see? That would suck if you couldn't see anything I was doing for a system. You should be able to see it though. My screen is sharing. Oh, we'll see if he's still there and he actually replies. Oh, he's not there anymore. Hopefully you can still see what I'm showing. Let me check. Let me check from my phone and see to confirm. Let's see. I actually can go here. Block Safari on my phone. Copy. No, let's copy this thing. Let's see. Where should I copy this thing? What do I have again? I forgot what I have. Spin. Damn, this browser's so slow, bro. Man, so fucking slow. So slow. So slow. Bro, what is with this thing? This is so fucking annoying. I'm checking my computer, even though it's not gonna be able to. I won't see the same thing from my computer. Oh no. Okay. What the? Bro, that's some gay. Let me go. Just let me go here. Um. Yeah, I didn't record this. Okay, this is not even the right link. Um. Where is he? Share. Go here. Let me see. So yeah, you can see everything. You guys can see it's coming on. So yeah, you guys can see everything that's going on. So that's nice. Let's call good. So let's go back to what I was doing. Ooh, I got one back reverb again. That's cool. So let's go back to what I was doing. So let's create. This is I just created the role section. Let's have that created. So make a heading 2 or make this heading 3. The heck? My computer just paused. Okay, now it's working. That's nice. Okay, role section. Let's make this heading 3. Okay, now what's the next section of my prompt framework? Let's go to my prompts. Who sent me? Okay. Okay, let me go to the next section of my prompts. Don't tell me. I hate when this happens. It's not even opening the. I can't just turn the thing off. That's crazy. I can't access any of my other stuff. Bruh. Let me go to. Let me just log into my account from here. I can probably log into here. Hopefully, I won't need to. Let me log out from here also. So Google. Yeah, bet. I'll need to access my ChatGPT though too. But okay, that's nice. That's what I should have done anyways. But I don't know if people ever have this issue, but sometimes my computer it won't let me switch profiles. It's the most annoying thing ever. I usually have to turn it off to make it work, but I'm live streaming, so I can't just turn it off because I think the live stream will end. So got kind of deal with that. Okay. And so next part is what's the next part of my prompts? What do I usually put in my prompts? Persona. So that's I guess the personality of the AI. So let me run that. Let me write that. Let me create my persona section. It says anything here. Nothing there. Okay, persona section. Okay, let me write my persona section. So what should I write? What should I put in my persona section? So, So in my persona section, forgot that. So this is usually the personality. This is usually the personality that I want. I want my AI to have, and not in a literal sense, but what the AI will do is it will structure your responses based on that personality to give it a certain persona. And what do they specifically do in my personality stuff? So friendly, supportive. We'll just stop there. So usually I will add some response examples that are relevant to the conversation they I might have they might they I might have in call to just give it an idea of how it should structure uh, uh, its responses. Bears are pretty good, by the way. Mm. How to structure responses, how to structure its responses um to imitate that personality. Okay. Now what's next? Hmm. 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 I use our added response examples relevant to content that might be calm, give a idea how the structure imitate that personality. Um, what else I would do is sometimes I will mention a famous person that fits the personality. The person has to be specifically famous because AI will more than likely be trained on a bunch of data of how the person talks, of how the person talks, and will know how to imitate the style. But I only do that if there is a famous person that really fits the persona I want. So it helps guide AI more on how to imitate the personality I want. Okay, and then let me give an example. Example one. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It's so hard to damn concentrate, bro. I've been doing this straight for an hour, and I already want to go procrastinate. But I guess streaming this also makes me focus. So I look, we should just randomly stream these stuff more often. So it forces me to kind of focus. So copy. Example one. Example two. Do 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 do. Mm, mhm, 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 mhm. Example two. Let's see, example two, blah blah blah. I think the best example I had here. Let me get. Let's go to rules first. Let me see the persona here. What the fuck is this? Not rules. Fun. Okay. Yeah, I mentioned a lot in this persona. Okay, and example three. Let me actually go back. Let me make sure I highlight this one persona section. I think it's also have to probably qualify what the prompt is because um, a sales agent sometimes like a very technical like a technical sales agent might be different than an inbound QA agent. So now I also have to prompt it to kind of understand how to structure different agents, which I'll have to see how I do that. Uh, persona section. Okay, example three. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Persona 3. Where is Persona 3? Let's not breaky. Let's do the real estate one. Let's see. Let's do Persona of this one. Blah 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 blah. Let's see Persona 3. Can I do this now? No, I can't do it. And Persona 3. You know the good thing that I can't switch profiles, that I was gonna go to LinkedIn and procrastinate a little bit, but now I can't even do that. Now I'm stuck in this, and I have to kind of I'm stuck at working for this for whatever hours. I need to low key find a way to just lock myself in one browser because that would completely force me to not to do my work and not procrastinate at all. Okay, persona. Okay, blah 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 blah. Let me make sure I have because usually what I like to do for everything, I usually so I usually like to put the little what's it called? Is it marked? Or I'm not sure what it's called, but yeah, it's marked down. But don't do it like that. Okay, I like the so I don't know how much of an impact it makes, but I would assume that if I put everything in sections, it might be easier for the AI to understand what is what and what is defined as what. Did I put example two? Okay, yeah. Well, and well, it's not actually. It's not an end anyway. So why am I putting an end? Actually, never mind. Because I mentioned that there's a call flow. I also should have a section, label section. I'll define it more later. But the label section is that I label every section of my prompt with section header, and section header end. And I put all the text relevant to this section header inside in between it. it this is the hope. This is the help. The hope help the AI hopefully understand. Yeah, hopefully understand what sex what instructions are part of what section. So, for example, when breaking down what the AI role is, I would have all the instructions between role and role end. Okay. Uh yeah. It's already an hour and I'm already exhausted, bro. I cannot concentrate for long. Let's see next. What I might do is I might have to not gonna don't want to put YouTube, but what I want to do is I'm gonna go to YouTube. I want to type in Andre Capoloni, and I want to say what's his name again? What's his name? What's his name? Oh yeah, I remember his name now. George Holtz. And when I want to take a break, I'll just sit down. Let's see what good video does he have. I won't understand shit about that video. Let's see what happens. AI is more valuable than humans. Interesting. Programming time factor. How to actually win. That's interesting. It's about computation. Battle of the egos. Let's see. What should I put? Let me put. I think the one that sounds interesting is how to actually win. I'll watch that later. So if I ever get too uh, overloaded, I'll sit down and have to watch one of that. And should I watch his? Maybe I should. I watch. Should I watch that? No, let me not watch. That one overload my brain too much. Let me watch this. Okay, I'll watch those later. Okay. Okay, the next section. I got my persona, I got my role section. What's the next section? Oh, context of how it works. Usually I like to put context of how it works if, let's say, they give the AI understanding of how the whole, I guess, what's it called? They call it cascaded, or I guess cascade, or whatever they call it, structure kind of works. So it kind of understands its limitations and what its role is and how it should structure the response based off that. But I don't do that. I don't really think I need to do that because I think the AI is smart enough to understand how it structures responses, and it doesn't need that much context to structure responses properly. I think once I tell it that it's having a voice to voice conversation. And I just mentioned, I think even I mentioned inside that prompt to say that, hey, you should know understand that your text is going to be translated to voice. That should be enough for it to kind of understand how structure response. Because I have some issues sometimes. Even now, I still have some issues with the AI saying things that it really shouldn't say and call. I try to use that to kind of minimize the weird stuff the AI kind of says. Okay, let's see. What do I put here? So we have the qualification, blah blah. We have the persona. Okay, we have pronunciations. So let me create a section for this. Actually, pro. This section. Let's see. Ooh, my eyes already look red. You know, I'm like tired, but to be honest, my eyes always look like that. Mm, mm, okay. So usually I will only create a section for this if it seems that the AI will have to say phone numbers, addresses, phone numbers, addresses, or phone number, addresses, or money uh, in the conversation. And honestly, the AI itself is I think it's getting better at this, but sometimes it still pronounces things weird. And just kind of eliminate that. It's better to just have this section so it can structure responses in a way where it won't say it weird. Mhm. Oop, damn. I'm not gonna be able to find that. What the fuck? Uh, okay, there it is. Let me throw this berry that dropped in the trash. All right. Bet. All right. What was I do? So in the conversation, usually look for this if it seems they are after the phone number is address in the conversation. Mm, what I just realized is I should have washed these berries. I'm gonna go wash them. I've been eating them; they were completely unwashed. I'm not sure how nasty that is, but I mean, it tastes good without being washed. So, but I need to wash them really quick. Usually, I only create for this. Okay. Let's see. Usually, I only create this section if it seems that the AI will have to say. At least I only create this section if it seems that AI will have to say phone number, addresses, or money in the conversation. Um, I won't mention everything in this section. In this section, I will just mention the exact things AI AI will say in a conversation, and I'll just explain. I will just explain how to structure it. Let me put. I also want to have an overall section. Those are the things how to overall kind of structure the prompt, not just based on the role set and the based on the actual section stuff. So not just based on like the specific section, but just the overall way to kind of structure the prompt. Building out this like the prompt. Usually, I only create this section if seeing that the AOL say phone number, addresses, or I want to mention everything in the section. I just mentioned exactly the AOL say in the comment, and I'll explain how to put it, how to structure it in your response, and its response. It says it. Ooh, bro, I do not know if people code for hours and hours and hours and hours, bro. It's already 1 hour. I'm losing my focus. Cool if I can just like have that capability, just be laser focused for like however long I want. I would be OP if I could do that. Mm. You said I only click this section if it seems that AI will have to say phone numbers, addresses, or money in the conversation. I won't mention everything in this section. I won't mention everything in this section. I'll just mention the exact and the AI will say in the conversation. And I'll just explain how to structure it in structure its responses. So its responses. So it says it. So it says it properly when being read out loud. Here is an example of this section. Man, this is hard, bro. I'm so happy I'm streaming this though, because this is forcing me to actually. I would not be able to concentrate for this long if I wasn't streaming it. But I'm low key thinking of tapping out. Even though I'm not. The plan is. Let me see what I have. Cause I only have 4 days and 22 hours. That's not a lot of time. So the plan is to do this for 10 hours, and then the next day I don't know, try to do it like maybe not I don't know if I can do it. Maybe like 18 to 20 or at least 16 to 20 hours. Might try to get 20 if I can, if I'm that good, but well, let me not say I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can do that. I can definitely do that. So usually okay, this section here's an example of that section. Let me see if there's anybody here. 0, no. Okay. Do that. Blah 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 blah. Here's an example of this section. Here's an example of this section. How to speak addresses. Okay, example 1. Okay, what's the next section? This is a lot. What is the next section? Blah 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 blah. This won't be something I use. Reading security. Let me see. Conversational habits and response. So is that the next section I should have? No, should I put that in American Vest? Prompt. Let me see. Uh, uh, Put notice on every put in response. Let me see. Break a persona objective. I got conversation rules. Okay, so I have conversation rules, and let me see real quick. Oh, I can't go there. I don't need that. Anyways, okay. So let me create the conversation section. Conversation habits and response structures. Let's see. Ooh. So this is the way. So this section is the way I want the AI. I want the AI to structure its responses oh, throughout throughout so this section is the way I want the AI to structure responses uh throughout throughout the conversation to make it sound make it sound as human like as possible. Ooh, ill. Mate, what is this nasty looking berry ever? Mm. Mm. Berries are good as fuck. I didn't know berries were this good. All right. Mm. So this section is used. You want the AI to structure responses throughout the conversation to make it sound as human-like as possible. Mm. I want to check something, but yeah, I just want to check my. Let's see, what was I gonna fucking check? Yeah, I want the one that should check and make sure. I don't know why, but for some reason I think it's not sharing anything. So I just want to check and see if I can share. That is so weird. That is so weird. That is so weird. Because I'm doing a live stream and I'm watching it from my same screen at the same time. All right. Let me stop getting distracted and go back to what I was doing. So actually, I don't know what should I do my break. I should not like a break, but like I mentioned, I should just put something like this on and just watch it to kind of let my brain reset. Maybe maybe I should try to go for 3 hours straight. I should be able to do 3 hours straight or 3 hours straight. And I can have 3 breaks. So every 3 hours I do a break. Hopefully my brain can take that. So this section, is the way I want the AI to structure responses throughout the conversation to make it sound as human-like as possible. Blah 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 blah. So I want the AI to structure responses throughout the conversation to make it sound as human-like as possible. Hmm. Hmm. Nope. Yeah, I'm dropped another berry. Okay. This is the way I want to structure responses, so I can obviously make it as human-like as possible. I give it until they do certain until the AI. I prompt the AI. I tell the AI here to do certain tendencies or structure responses in a certain way based on what the user said, what the user or caller said. So the responses sound so the conversation sounds smooth. Conversation sounds as as like smooth as two humans communicating, and it feels like the AI is actually actively listening. Oh, okay. Mm, 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 mm. Smooth as two humans communicating. Let's see what else. What else in here should I? Let me go to VAPI. So what it says: skills diversion, don't want over identities, trigger thoughts, leave room for quality. Jump to the next question. One skills went naturally. Example, good. Blah blah. Rusty conversation. I don't know. What is knowledge? Let's do the conversation. Heat patterns. Okay. At least in general, keeps keeps makes tells AI to do certain speech patterns or conversational habits to make human like the main mainstays. Was it mainstays on the mainstays, or I don't know what they call it, or stays, aka rules that should almost be always be in the conversation habits is one, start telling the AI to have, let's see, let me go to telling the AI. I think I put it here somewhere. Did I put it here? Telling the AI to have active listening, and structure its responses based on what the caller says in the conversation, based on the caller's previous response, and what the caller has said. The caller has said throughout the conversation. Hopefully, what I'm hoping I can do today is I get the GPT created, and then I get the whole. In this 2 hours, I get the GPT created, and then I'm able to stick that up to automation where I can just paste the script, and then I can just paste the script, and then it will create the prompt for me. And maybe I can just use Bolt to create a quick front end and then attach that to an NA webhook to give me the output. So that's all I would kind of need, and then it'll allow me down that output as a PDF file. So telling the AI to have active listening and show the response based on the caller's pre-response, so what the caller has said throughout the conversation. Let's see. It can do those. It can do that. It can do that, and I think it can do it. It can do that in a few ways. One way is to make sure the way one way is always to always make sure if the AI asks a question or question I mentioned something specifically that that it wanted the caller to play on or respond to. It should always still acknowledge or acknowledge what the caller said, but also react in a phrased way. So but to also re-ask the question in the rephrase way to not only make the conversation more, let's see, more natural and conversational. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. But to make sure that it's getting all the answers or valid information. It needs and call and not completely losing track on what it needs to do in the conversation. Let me just label this as a 1A. This is so much to do for my prompting. 1A. Let's see if anybody's on. Oh, cool. One person on. That's interesting. So going back to this, that's 1A. Then let's go and do 1B. So 1B would be, okay, so active listening. Make sure that if the call interrupts or steers conversation, it reacts to the question. I'm going to make sure. So one way is to make sure they ask a question instantly when the call play, and the caller's next response didn't answer it, acknowledge it, answer it or acknowledge it, or try to steer the conversation away. It should always acknowledge what the caller said, but to also re-ask the question in a phrase way to not only make the conversation more natural and conversational, but also make sure it's getting answers of information it needs in the call and not completely losing track. Okay. 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 And now 1B should be, so we have making sure that if it gets interrupted or the caller doesn't acknowledge the question, make sure he answers. I think the next one is to make sure it has adaptive responses. So it's not just reading the prompt. So sometimes what the AI does is that you tell it to do this, and it'll just read out exactly what it wants, word for word. But you want the AI to have a script, be adaptive in how it kind of respond, how it kind of uses that script, and how it kind of answers call response based on the scenario. So let's see what I say in the prompt here. Build challenge got 24 days and 22 hours. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, conversational should be responsive, should be contextual and adaptive. Okay, then to make sure to make sure to make sure your two are, what's the word? Somebody mentioned it. Let's see what someone said. All right. Yeah, to make sure your conversations are make sure your conversations are, let's see, are conversational and adaptive. What this means is to let's see what that means. So make sure your conversations are conversation adaptive. What this means is to kind of, let's see. Right. Okay. Yeah. To make the strict concept conversational adaptive, what this means is, let's see. Blah 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 blah. So it means to kind of always acknowledge it. It means to kind of base your conversations of what the caller says, caller says, and structure your responses, uh, and structure your responses based on what the caller said. Structure your responses or replies around what the caller said, and not simply based on what the prompt or instruction says. For example, for example, when you give and let's see, when you give an actor, for example, when you give an actor a script. For example, when you give an actor's, not actor, let's see, if you give somebody an improv the script, maybe that doesn't make any sense because it's improv. Okay, let's just go with something. Let's say, for example, you give an actor a script. In a script, you have actor B, you have actor A actually, actor A, who's a teacher's pet, who reads the script word for word. But then you have actor B, who uses the script as a reference, but consistently improvs or improvise or improvise his lines based on how how he sees the actor and the audience react, and what response he feels like will be the best to say. So in other words, actor B doesn't feel like actor isn't isn't reading out his instructions like a robot. He is adapting. He's adapting and improvising and altering his instructions. His instructions or script. His instructions altering what he's gonna his instructions or script based on or script based on the context or script based on the context around him, which what makes his acting a lot more human like. So that's your goal. So that's your goal to be actor B, and make your responses seem human like and as context aware as possible. Then 1C. You know I didn't put it here, but let me see. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So let's see what else I put here. Referring back to words or conversational. Screw yeah. Is this the one? That's not the one. Always blah 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 blah. Okay. The other one I wanted to put. Let's see. The other way. The other way. There another the other one other way. Other way. Which doesn't have to be which I don't really use in prompts unless there's a situation where the AI is collecting data like phone numbers or emails, and I want the AI to know when a caller has finished giving out their email or not. Give out the email or phone number or not. I say this because a lot of the times to say this because a lot of the times the AI. I say this because a lot of the times the AI ooh I say this because a lot of times the AI, what was I say? Yeah, because a lot of times the AI interrupts when the caller for the caller finishes that the phone number or email and thinks the caller is done. Saying that not only does that ruin the call experience. Uh, yeah, what I should do is that because I don't want to when I'm using NA, I don't want to put this whole thing inside innate prompt. But what I can do is that I can also take this, put it in an assistant prompt, and I can just highlight the assistant ID, and I'll have this whole thing. So that would be so. Instead, I don't know if I should test it in custom. I'll just test it in assistant. So I can just don't need to test it in custom GPT. I'll just test it in assistants. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I don't know if custom G. I think assistance charges when you use it, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Um, one other way which I really use it. One other way I want to really use the prompt where they ask like my phone numbers and emails and what they had to know, email or not. I say this because a lot of times they interrupts when the email finishes. From an email, I think the caller is done saying no, this screen call or experience. Hmm, 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 hmm. Do 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 do. Blah 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 blah. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Hmm. I say a lot of times they have rep sleep before an email finishes. The phone number and email and these calls done send it. And when saying that, and when the AI does that, that it not only ruins the call experience, but gives a dead giveaway that they're AI. And it's fine. It's fine if it's fine. It's fine if the caller knows it's AI. But you don't want since your goal. But since your goal is to sound as human like as possible. You don't want to give any dead giveaways that you're AI, and you want to sound human like sound human like to the extent that the person doesn't even realize they are talking to an AI. Boo. Okay. Oh, damn. Now, that's okay. Rules that always should be uh, is is the let's see is the speech patterns. Speech patterns. This is where I get the AI. I get the AI to do things. So what I sorry, let me go back to here because I tell. So what I usually do. So I usually check, even though I know nobody's watching. I usually like to just check to see if anybody's watching. So what I usually do, woo, this is tiring, bro. I don't know if I ever focused. I feel like I have this for long. I think there's a while where I've just focused completely in a while. I think usually the times I am where I'm completely focused, I can just like do something like completely focused is like when I'm like on like a serious deadline or something and I know I have to finish it. And I just that's when I kind of just I guess was it clutch in pretty much. And I can just do things like for like 5, 6, 7, 10, 8 hours straight. But I can't if I'm not in that zone, it's like impossible for me to go do something straight for like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours without me just like wanting to kind of procrastinate. In my head, it's like my head is kind of overloading. It's like, but okay, I'm just talking to myself because nobody's here. But let me just continue what I was saying. You don't want to give it that any that good ways that your AI and humans so what you usually do is what you usually do is that you tell the AI to look at cues like did the user give 10 numbers or did the user mention that at or domain name Gmail business name dot custom domain um some domain yahoo.com and so on. And if it didn't, I usually tell it to just output an empty response like this. And if they did, then continue the conversation. About at 2 hours, bro. Almost. So I have like maybe 1 hour of focus, and I can maybe take a little break. See if they did. They continue the conversation. Do. They did. They continue the conversation. To do no like that. Why is it doing? Does it always do it like that? It's so disgusting. Okay, whatever. Do it like that. They did. Then they did mention those things. Then continue the conversation to the next steps. I won't this won't be mentioned example, but if we want like this, it'd be similar like that. You prompt it like that. You prompt it in the so yeah, I don't know if I should I'm about to talk to myself. Trying to think. Always, I have to talk out loud. But let's see. I was kind of thinking ahead of myself, but after I write these sections, I also need to kind of categorize. I have to categorize what's the word? I have to kind of categorize like what is this AI agent? Because the thing is, based on what the AI agent, I have to prompt it differently. Like I prompt, for example, if I prompt a sales agent, if it's like a certain type of sales agent, I might prompt it different than an inbound agent. Because a sales agent, if it's like, for example, if you have a you just have to. And sales agent doesn't always have to be outbound. For example, you might have inbound leads coming and calling, and you might want to answer any questions they had because usually if they're calling, they're interested. That's why they're a warm lead. But you want to be able to answer their questions while seeing parts of the conversation where you can kind of sell your product and kind of try to either upsell them or something, or try to convince them to kind of just push them more, convince them more to kind of get your product or something. So I guess that's in some cases kind of like think of like a appointment setter, but I guess appointment setter that's more it's a little bit more, not complete closer, but it's a little bit more of a closer. So it makes up, like I said, appointment center and a closer kind of concept. But you can have those type of things. You can have your outbound sales agent that's, I guess, even though you're not technically supposed to do cold calls with AI, you have your outbound sales agent that's more it's doing more I guess cold selling. It's not selling a warm lead. But the thing is with those agents, they kind of work like a qualifier agent, where really what people do is that the AI will just call it and just ask it basic questions to see if they're interested or not. So really, they're not trying to hard sell it. They're just trying to see what leads are might be interested, so they can pick it. They can actually call them later. So usually you would do that if you have like for example, people will have like a huge database of hundreds of lead. So just being able, and usually what they'll do, it usually what happens is like these services are very high ticket services. So usually what they'll do is that they'll just call cold whole like they'll cold call with AI like a huge lead list, and then just having like out of like having like one out of like 500 people that you called to be an interested lead, but just be a huge success, and they can just follow up with that. And that's big because you can't, because it's very hard for have humans call it to 500 people in a short time frame. But you have that. So you have that. That's a basic qualified agent. You have the inbound. You have like an inbound qualifier, which also can be like appointment setter or something. But that will be qualifying inbound leads that might be interested in product, and they'll just see if, hey, are you if this agent is if this person is qualified. And then you have your basic inbound agent, which is more of like a support, or just usually people a support agent, I guess, where it's answering Q&As and stuff. And I think those are your main agents. Let me think if there's any other agents I can think of. There's probably a couple, but those are your main agents. Um, I guess for your sales agents, you might have sometimes you have outbound agents that instead of qualifiers, they're more of closers, or it's a mix of closers and appointment centers. But I haven't really built an agent like that. I built like basic qualifiers, and I built like um agents that are more sales agents that are more inbound, but not anything that's outbound that really needs to understand sales at a high level and needs to understand what it's selling at a high level. But all those things I feel like are gonna be they can be structured differently. Especially since the support agent are gonna will used to be using a knowledge base, so you prompt all those differently. So I also have a section to see if it can qualify based on the transcript or the video meeting. It should be able to qualify what agent it is, and it should be able to structure that prompt based off that. And I hope I hope my prompt. I hope I have I can take this big of a prompt. Hopefully, I saw somebody that built this sales GPT, and he mentioned that it was huge. Like he was throwing all these transcripts inside it. So I'm gonna hope and think that my AI can take that much of the context. Let me see how much context can ChatGPT 4.1 take. How much? Uh, context can GPT 4.1 take? Always check if somebody's answering. Ooh, 2 hours. Where was I? Context take. Ooh. Okay, 1 million tokens. That's a lot. That's a lot. So I think I should be good. I mean, obviously, even if I don't reach this, I think there's usually a certain limit on how effective the AI is, based on the size. But from my experience with 4.1, oh, 4.1 is that much bigger. That's crazy. I didn't know it was that much bigger. But based on my experience with 4 and 4.1, is that it's still very it can be still be a very effective a large context size, which is crazy. But damn. And I could definitely I could also use Gemini or something, but I'm not sure if Gemini has something like assistance. I mean, I mean, I don't necessarily do need assistance, but it'd be nice to just take my prompt and put that in a UI instead of putting that in like a model or something or an API call. Mm, that is crazy. That is insane. Million tokens. How much is a million? That's like so much. Yeah. So I should be fine on the context window side. I should be fine. Hopefully, Assistant API allows me to use 4.1, but I should be. I think I can just put the assistant ID and choose them all. So I should, but that is crazy. Yeah. So I should be good with launch context size. Something like that. Uh, Actually, I didn't copy that. That's like heading. I want it in normal text. Okay, here. You mentioned it, but if you want something like that, you prompt it. This won't be mentioned. Well, this won't be mentioned in examples I give. But if you need something like that, if you need something like that, because you will be collecting phone numbers or emails. You put it in the comment response. Okay. Ooh, this is hurting my head. I'm about to go to the bathroom real quick. This is where I get the AI to put certain speech patterns inside the response. About to go to the bathroom real quick. Need to take a piss. Ooh. Ooh. Got 1 hour and I gotta take a break. A little break. I should be able in the hopefully if I don't get too distracted with the way I'm going, I should have the whole automated prompt part. Mm. It's a monster. I said, what is this monster or whatever? Give me energy. These things don't even work that much because I think once you get used to it, it once you get used to it, it barely works. I haven't drank these in a while, so hopefully it has an effect. But I know in college I used to fucking try to power through these things, and then eventually after a while, it was like I would drink it and I'll fall asleep like 5 minutes later. So I would it's just a waste. I would drink it and I'd already be asleep 5 minutes later. So this shit wouldn't even work. So, and these are also bad for you. These are also bad. I think I heard a story about somebody he was healthy but got a heart attack because he drank somebody so much of these energy stuff. So these aren't good for you. They're poisonous. So don't get addicted to these things. But I only do it once in a while. Only once in a while when I need to just lock in. Mm. And banana too. I heard those things. I heard bananas can be focused. I also have peanut butter in here. Might get a spoon. Yeah, I'm gonna get a spoon real quick. Mm. I don't know if peanut butter makes you focus, but it sounds like a food that would make you focus. Let me see what I'm watching right now. Oh, that thing. I guess they pause for a bit. Let me go back to what I was doing. 'Cause it looks like somebody's watching, so I might as well continue. Um, so this is where I get the AI to put certain patterns inside my response. Inside my response. Let's see. And so what does it say inside my what does it say here? Speech patterns. So this is where I get my AI to say certain this is where I get my certain this is where I get the AI to put a certain pattern into my response. These patterns are usually one recovered unfinished. So it can only this thing can only record for so long, but the only reason I had this thing, how do I get rid of this thing? What the fuck? Hey, what the fuck? Let me fucking force quick this thing. Bro, this is fucking annoying, bro. How do I force quick this thing? What the? This is annoying. What the fuck? Quit. I think somewhere here I should have force quit. I'm not responding. Here, force quit. Yeah, bet. All right. This is where the AI. Let me see if I can switch. That's not working. This is where the AI. This is where I get the AI to put certain patterns on my response. These are usually human tendencies, or what do you call it? In, in intrinsics. I don't know. In human tendencies and intra. I don't know how to say it, but hopefully, I think that's how you say that. So let's see. Okay. Actually, I think that's human tendencies and intrinsics that I have them at that I put as response to put it to make it even more human like. These things will range from stuff like SML, was it SML tags like see like break time. Let's see. Like break. To and so on to imitate pauses humans have during conversation because sometimes humans have to pause and talk, pause and think before saying something, or sometimes humans or multitasking. Maybe looking at a file for for certain information while talking to you. So these pauses give your responses a certain human-like feel, like feel. Ooh. And let's see. And the other things like using filler words, like using filler words like blah 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 blah. Like okay, I see. Okay, yeah. Or other words like let's see. As I say here, let me go to American Invest. Like oops. Like that people like to throw throw around a lot mid sentence to give their to give their responses throughout a lot because to imitate their struggle to since as a see, I'm already doing it. I'm doing the little human habits that I'm talking about. That people like to throw around a lot mid sentence because they're struggling to figure out what to say. These are all human tendencies. I want my AI. Okay, and also let me see. Okay. And then there's also using stuff like dots to either spell out spell out certain words slower, or to kind of to imitate or to kind of imitate stuttering. like like I I I like I or the the or that's these are all human tendencies. I want my voice bot to kind of integrate to give it a superhuman like feel. Oh man, so much. Ooh. All right, since the person I was watching is left, I'm gonna get a peanut butter, spoon for my peanut butter, so I eat that while having banana. I'm gonna try just dip if I should dip the banana in the peanut butter and eat that, but Oh man, ooh, I'm tired, bro. I am tired. Ooh. Hmm. Ooh. This peanut butter has water in it. It's so nasty. Let's pour this water in here. Is peanut butter supposed to have water in it, bruh? It's nasty. I mean, it's supposed to. I guess it's like soggy peanut butter. It's weird. I don't like soggy peanut butter. That peanut butter is ass. All right. Let me continue what I was doing. What I forgot here is I forgot to mention the example here. So let me mention the example. You will need but you will need something like that. Because you'll be collecting. So here's an example. You can add to that section example of how you can add it to conversation habits section. And let me copy example from VAPI. Not from VAPI, from what I built. What would I have? I think I put that in. I have one breaky. Let me try dipping my and some peanut butter and see how that tastes. Tastes the fucking same. Okay. Let me get an example from here. Never have to call her when they get a phone number. Only continue when you hear like it's number less than digits. Let me copy this. I don't need to copy this whole thing. Let me see. Yeah, let me. Yeah, let me just copy this. And let me change it. Usually I do if I'm doing so what happens is that sometimes when you give the voice AI empty response, if you tell that voice AI, because what I'm doing if you missed it is that what I'm kind of doing is that usually when a human is kind of repeating a phone number or email, sometimes the AI interrupts. So for some reason, I guess when humans spell out phone numbers and emails, they have small pauses when they're doing it. Sometimes the AI interrupts. So what I'm having is that I'm forcing the AI to see if the caller completed the email or not, and then if it didn't, to kind of respond in a way where it doesn't interrupt the caller. So usually, how I do that is I'll just tell the AI to imitate to structure just the output empty response, so it doesn't interrupt the person. But sometimes when you give it the empty response, it will say. Sometimes I guess that some voices are trained in certain ways to kind of out to say something even when it's an empty response. It'll make a weird noise with the empty response. So with depending on the model, I won't do an empty response. And I'll just do a filler word like uh-huh or mm-hmm. But for 11 Labs, it's a way to kind of adjust the settings for it to not kind of do that. So I'm response if I'm using 11 Labs. But I wonder if I should do so I do an empty response or should I think I should just do I was gonna do empty response. Response. Yeah, I'm gonna just do I think would be better. Let me go to 11 Labs real quick. Let me see how it says go back. I actually said before. Where did I do that? Let me go copy that. Let's see. Let's see how it says that. Yeah, that's nice. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get say mm-hmm. I actually like how I said that mm-hmm. It actually sounds like a human mm-hmm. If the call gives you let's see where say mm-hmm. Yeah, with mm-hmm. Hmm. So mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Let me just change how I told it to say. So call sounding like output response like mm-hmm. You output a filler response, filler response like this. So it sounds like damn. It sounds like you are still listening. Instead of interrupting the user. Erupting the user. Am I still sharing my screen? No, yeah, I'm still sharing my screen. Let me go back to this. I put a filler response like mm-hmm, so it sounds like you're listening instead of interrupting user. And they did mention those things continue the conversation. Okay, so I have that, and let me give it another example that I have in my prompt. Let's see where do I have the other example. Where did I mention? Let me see where all the places I actually mentioned this. Data collection, did not reform, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Let's see. Um, um, hmm. So I mentioned that with phone formatting. Okay, email too. Let me copy the email one example too. Okay. Uh, okay, that's good. Copy that. Let me label example one. Label one. Example two. Example two. Emails. Ooh, how much time has it been? It's been how long has it been? 2 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. And let me play example two. Emails. All right. I think that's it for the yeah, I think that's it for the conversation habit section. What's the next section I have to do? Let me go to this is probably my favorite agent I have built. So I this is the main one I like to use for reference. Is it? No, this is not it. This is the very agent I built. So I like to use this as reference. Let's see. Conversation habits. Okay. Speech patterns. Price fumblings. So let me just copy all this and give this as the example for the other use. Mhm. Here is an example of ooh, so huge. Of the conversational habits and structure. This is gonna be a huge prompt. Hopefully, the AI can take that. I know it has a huge context set, but hopefully, it can take that huge prompt and really actually generate a good prompt on all the context I'm kind of giving it. And I think it can because AI has gotten really good at being able to handle large context. But even when I'm using AI to help my prompt, I never give it the full prompt. I always split it up in structures, which maybe is what I should do. Maybe that's actually what I might do. Well, now should I do it that way? Maybe I might do that where instead of having one AI generate the prompts, I might just split it up in multiple different parts and have it generate each section based on the transcript. I might do that. That actually might be smart. Maybe that might be smart. Actually, that might be. So I might do it that way. Yeah, that might be smart. Okay, here's an example of it. Might I have to build a flow out more, so it won't be a single call, but I think it might be smart to split up everything. So because I feel like it'll give a better output for each section if it doesn't have to worry about such a huge amount of information that I'm feeding it. So because here's an example of conversation structures. Example one. Okay. And example, let me get example two. Okay. What's the example two I have? Let's see. Do 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 do. I think I have one. Actually, hopefully I have one in here. Do I have one in here? I don't think I have one here. Prompt structure, dialogue examples. I need to put that in there too. Um, let's see. I have a persona? Presentations. Do I have a conversational section here? No, I don't have a conversational section here. Let's see. Where do I have another conversational section? Do I put a conversational section here? I don't think I. Okay, I have conversation rules here. Let me do it here, but let me name it something else. This ain't so basic though, but it's not. It doesn't always have to be super deep. Um, let me take that. Let me copy that and take that. And what I should do here, because in this prompt, I always change how I do my prompts. I always improve and I always change and update how I do my prompts each time. But for this prompt, I didn't put all the stuff I want, all the stuff that are relevant to conversation flow. I didn't put it in conversation flow. Some of the stuff I put it outside of it. So let me take the stuff I put outside of it and put it there so it can understand that I use these for the conversational flow. So let me take this example three. Okay, here. Listen, I put this in the conversational floor. Um, let me change. So I said that this won't be in the conversational flow. Um, let's see. Yeah, who cares? Let me add all this in the conversational flow. And what I want to do is that I want to also label it. Actually, let me do Z back. Because what I do here is I split in the example one, I split the speech patterns. So I split the things that are relevant to speech patterns, and I split the thing that's relevant to, I guess, karma. Even though I didn't label it, I split the speech pattern sections with the stuff that are more relevant to how the AI should. They're more relevant to the conversational aspects of its response. So don't. So what I should at least do is that I should at least label the speech pattern stuff. So as a separate, it's still the same section, but as a micro section, I guess, or a subsection of the section. And then speech pattern end. I always like to put end after each of my section. I don't know how much affects it, but just in case, might as well add it so the AI at least knows where the section starts and where the section ends. At least it has something to kind of give it that idea. And then let me go back and change one thing about this section. Where is it? What do I want to change? Blah blah blah. Where is it? To a Man, this is so much, bro. I kind of forget where where myself where myself was. Okay, here. 1A, 3C. Okay. This won't always this okay. Here's let's see, the whole the whole context won't always be mentioned. An example I gave, but you need something like that because, but the whole let's say here's examples. Let me just put that. Here are some examples. Examples. Yeah, let me do that. Here are some examples of how I structure the AI to understand when to say in the conversation. These won't be an example I give of let me copy this. Uh, Section, but you can add these things to it. Ooh. Okay. Let me see if there's any text. What Shalom? I said it wrong, but it's Shalom. Yeah, I'm gonna say peace. Peace is easy to pronounce. What up? Wait, you said you still can't see? What do you mean? What up? And what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Because let me see. Because I feel like when I shared the thing, let me go copy. I'm seeing like the direct. I'm seeing everything here. So I'm wondering what you guys are saying when you're not seeing. It'd be weird if I was just recording this whole thing for hours and then nobody, even though there's not much people watching, it'd be weird if I was recording this for hours and then nothing in my screen was showing. I mean, when I go and click on this, I mean, it looks like everything is showing. So I mean, I'm not sure. Well, anyways, if the one person that's watching, if it's not showing, just let me know, or let me know what you're saying. Anyways, let me go back. So let me go to the VAPI dashboard. So what's the next section? What's the next section? Hmm. What is the next section? Blah blah blah. What is the next section for me to add to this thing? Speech patterns, important sections. Let's see, what is the next component I should usually important instructions. Um, I don't prompt it in. I usually don't prompt it in at first unless the AI is actually struggling with something. And for some reason, I think having an important instruction section helps kind of fix some of the hallucinations or issues the AI has. I usually don't have it unless I run into issues where I have to say, "Hey, I need to put important section." Um, let's see. What is the next section? What is the next section I should add? Hmm. 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 I'm trying to think. What the fuck? Maybe I should have important section, but let me first see what other sections I should add. I'm almost close to actually finish this whole prompt structure. That's just nice. It didn't take me. I thought it'd take a lot longer because my prompts are so huge. I feel like they're pretty complex. Don't I guess the next, I guess what I guess I should do is this important section. I guess that will that's what I will do. So, because I think these are all my main sections, so I will just have important section, and that one will just have optional, like we'll just have the optional stuff. So let me see, important, uh, important instruction section. Copy that. Okay. Do 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 do. The one thing that's still worrying about me is people not saying anything, but I'm really watching and I can see everything I'm doing. I wish I could ask it from my phone, but let me see. 'Cause the what I did is I blocked Safari from my phone because it's a distraction. But the app I'm using for Google search and that thing is it's not it's restricted YouTube, like which is annoying as fuck. How do I go to restricted? What is restricted mode, bruh? Where the fuck is what is restricted mode? How do I go? How do I find restricted mode? Let me go to my apps. Sorry, getting a little distracted, but I want to make sure that everything is shown on here. So gonna well, there's nobody on here. I don't think there's anybody on here, but there is anybody on here. Sorry for getting a little sidetracked. I just need to check. I just want to check on my phone if the what's it called, the live stream is actually showing stuff. Because like I said, it'd be annoying if I recorded for hours and hours and nothing recorded. What I did is I opened up Screen Studio to kind of record me too, just in case. Just in case something happened to the live stream. But I don't think what's it called? I don't think screen record. I think it stopped after like at 2 hours. It can't do no 10 hours straight recording, which makes sense. No, let me go to the App Store. Not App Store. I want to do with settings. Why am I trying to go to App Store actually? Let me go to settings. Let me go find my app. Let's see. Let's see. Where is this? Say apps. Hmm. Where? Apps, bruh. Where are apps? Can I search? Mm-hmm. Let me just search spin. All right, let me set my. Okay. Let me see if I can turn off restricted mode. No, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do real quick. Let me see if anybody's on. Okay, nobody's on. So what I'm gonna do real quick is get my other computer and search up the YouTube video and see uh if it's if it's showing my screen. All right. Uh, season on. Ooh. Two computers, even though this one's ass, but ugh. No internet. Okay, internet. YouTube. So glad that my YouTube is just my name. So it makes it so easy to search. Um, um, damn, this computer is slow though. Is it blocked? This one is blocked by Code Turkey. So wait, okay, that shouldn't be blocked. Why is this website blocked? Oops. Why is this website blocked? Man, got me messed up. Okay. What I was about to say. Now let's check out my live. Hope I can hear you. Up focus, and I can maybe take a little break. So I can see everything on my live. I don't know why people are saying that they still can't see anything. I'm seeing everything on my live. What does it say inside my? So yeah, I don't know. I can see everything. So I don't know why you guys are saying that you still can't see anything. Tab is using extra resources to improve performance. Let Chrome make it inactive. No, bro. This is what I'm using to record my stream. Okay. Let's go back to what I was doing. So create my important instruction section. That tastes good. You shouldn't be drinking that, but it tastes good. Okay. So usually for my important instruction sections, I don't always need important instruction sections. I feel like important instructions, I guess, are technically my global instructions. So things that are global instructions that are kind of important to kind of know, that are like very important for the AI to kind of follow. So here's a section I have for AI when there are very important instructions for it to follow. Let's see. Usually I only create this section when I want to add global instructions for the AI to always follow. For example, if my agent is using a knowledge base to answer questions or structure responses, I will use a section to kind of state that it should use the knowledge base in the defined scenarios like when asking questions or like when answering questions about pricing or product or selling or trying to sell the product. using information about it, and I'll also tell it to not answer any questions or say any information about a product or service, about the product or service. That's not inside the knowledge base, not inside the knowledge base. That's not inside the knowledge base. Man, this thing, I'll have to clean it up later. This peanut butter freaking stuff. Why did I pour that thing there? Ugh, that is nasty. I'm gonna have to clean that up later. How many tissues do I have? Yeah, I have to get tissues later. Clean it up. That is nasty. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna get some tissues real quick. That's so annoying. Ooh. Okay, let me clean this up. Man, that's nasty. Ooh. That's annoying. Ugh. Ugh. All right, so where was I? This is section A of that, and not to say any information about the product. About the product that's not inside about the product or service, and to mention stuff like I don't know if if a person asks a question about something that isn't in the knowledge base. So that's just an example. Other things can be added to the important structures, important instruction section, but unless you feel there is information that is global, that is and should be followed by the prompt in really any scenario, by prompt by the AI in almost any scenario, you don't really need an instruction section. Ooh. Now the only thing left, well, there's still some things left, but I think the main thing from like the section standpoint is the call flow section. Ooh. So the call flow section. Let me give examples of the important section too. Examples of important instruction section. Ooh. Ooh. Man. watching? Zero watchers. Oh, just me and you. Me and my computer. Let me see if it'll switch tabs now. Still not switching tabs. Gonna have to go all 10 hours. I'll be able to switch tabs. Um, uh, what was I gonna do? Let me check something real quick. That's not the right one. What's that business? Updates. Let me see what I can see. Stop doing. Let me need to make my default. Actually, I forgot. I can just open this real quick. Give me a second. Just a small little check before I get back. Let's see. No. What is this? Oh, I see this shit. Why is this blocked by Coach Turkey, bro? What the freak? What is this? It's not blocked. Why is this thing blocked by Cool Turkey? Mm, what is this? Let's see. They just added anything here. What is blocked? What is blocked by Roswell saving? I'm trying to figure out which one. Oh, I can add users. That is so cool. I did not know that. I'm gonna upgrade this thing because I can add users, which is fucking amazing. Um, well, how's my stuff blocked? There's no way it should be blocked. Bro, this is wow. The fuck? That is actually annoying. I hate turn off that block. Damn. That is crazy. Let me see if I can just go to. Got peanut butter all over this. That is crazy. That's annoying. Um. Give me a second. Doing a little what's it called? Procrastinating a little bit. But just only doing it because I need to check something real quick. Gotta copy this thing. Copy. Why does it do that? The thing about Halo LinkedIn is that it makes you right. The fact that it makes you sign in for before any. Okay, here. I'm like, why do I have to sign in just to check? Um, let's see. That's so annoying. Mm. Let me go. Let me search up something. So, it's cool. Let me go out. Let me go back to work. Oh, actually, sorry, I want to check one more thing. That's nice. All right, now let me go back to what I was doing. Share my screen, entire screen. All right. How long have I been streaming? Oh, past 3 hours. I think after a while, because I was gonna take a break, but after a while, maybe it's his ghost, but I get a bit more focus. Okay, important instruction section. Examples of important instructions. Do 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 do. Blah 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 blah. Let me get important instructions here. Mm-hmm. 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 Important instruction. Important notes of what to do or what not to do. Okay, important instructions. Here, so I want important instructions. Blah 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 blah. Ooh. The example important sections. Example one. Make 3. Example one. Let's see if I can find another example. Example two. Do 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 do. Ooh, let's see. This is important instruction here. Important notes of what to do. It's not really same as important instructions. Important notes of what never put in response. Important notes of what never put in response. Let's see. Break they do. This have important instruction section. Has conversational. Has objective. Rules. I guess the rules are the same thing as, but rules are not. Rules are not as needed. They are not really needed. Let me see. Oh yeah, let me go to rules at work. I don't really need um For instructions, do enable two. I'm gonna call that important instructions to follow. Do. Let me just put it. Who cares? Actually, no. Let me put. If I'm gonna uppercase everything, might as well. Section. Section 2. Important section. And then let's copy that and create important section. Yeah, important section. Note I will put here is that for this example, note that these aren't. I really put in a point. Unless the client mention he wants the AI to avoid time wasters that might play with AI, or there's certain issues with AI doing certain things that see certain things that have to come in later and improve. But most of these things won't added in the first interpretation of the prompt, which is what you are creating. Blah blah blah. Okay. All right. What is next? What is next? What is next? What was I going to do next? Okay, yeah, call flow. I'm gonna put something on. Actually, no, I'm not gonna put anything on right now. I think once I 4 days and 20 hours. Once I've created the whole flow and I start doing putting an AI assistant, that's when I probably put something on to kind of ease my head. Ooh, I need like 30 seconds to kind of think to myself, give my brain a rest. Let me put timer for a minute to kind of just give my brain a rest. Do 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 do. Whew. Ugh. Stop. All right, let's go. Ooh, okay. Call flow. So how should I do call flow? Bro, what the heck? Why? Ooh, why is peanut butter so messy? Okay. So call flow, call flow, call flow, call flow, call flow, call flow, call flow. So let's see, how is call flow structured here? Okay, call flow. Call flow is usually the step to step step to step I guess guide or flow. I want the AI to kind of follow throughout the conversation. Usually usually the AI will look through the flow in order and skip or do a flow certain flow base if the conditions I instructed match instructed match. Ooh, ooh do, do, do. I want the AI to kind of follow throughout the conversation. Usually, the AI will look through it in order and skip or do certain things based on the conditions. Trying to think what it was. Usually, the AI will look through it in order and skip or do certain things based on its conditions. So usually, AI will look through in order to skip, or I instructed it to match, to match, to follow that route, to follow that specific route. And usually at the top of the call flow, I will have global instructions that kind of give a basic overview of how the flow is going to go and work. Ooh, ooh, ooh. No. Harvesting using AI will look through in order and skip produce something based on its conditions to match for that specific to match that to follow that specific flow. The specific route. And using the topical flow, I have global choice to kind of give basically how the flow is going to work and how so the flow like what order it's going to go and what route it goes to based on what conditions were matched in the conversation. Let's see. Let's see, go to VAPI. Let's see if everybody's here. Let's go to VAPI. Was I'm greeting. Real estate. Oh yeah, I have to mention the prompt structure. Use the AI will walk through it in order to skip or reduce certain things based on structure. That structure is master follow super route and use that topical where master is so and sometimes in the call flow and then in the call flow sometimes in the call flow I usually give examples and then the call flow I usually give examples of what I want to say, what I want the AI to kind of say or kind of say. Usually, either they'll be labeled as dialogue examples, and in those in those and those quote dialogue usually if example is labeled the dialogue example I want to more heavily reference that example and follow that example follow that example very closely when it structures a response and you'll see sometimes in my prompts that have it I mention a lot of things that I want the AI to add in a response. Then sometimes in the call flow, examples aren't mentioned dialogue examples. aren't mentioned sometimes in the call for examples aren't mentioned in dialogue examples, and I do this, and those quotes and those in those examples, I usually want my AI to freestyle more, the freestyle more, and be far more flexible and adaptive with a response. And once, and I always want some adaptability and flexibility in what the AI says, and I always want some structure in what the AI says, but examples labeled under dialogue examples, I want I want it to follow a far more structured um I want to follow a far more structured way in how it generates response. And then examples where there aren't under dialogue examples, and examples where the call flow doesn't really use doesn't really but but always want some structure in what the AI says. But in call flows where a lot of examples those are labeled of what I want the AI to say are labeled under dial examples. That means I want that means I want the AI to follow more in the way in how it generates responses in the conversation. And then examples where the file flow doesn't really mention dialogue examples at all. I want the AI to follow a far more freestyle, adaptive and flexible way in how it generates response. Ooh, it's like how few shotting prompting gives AI a far more structured response, but zero shotting gives it a far more random response, more random, flexible, and adaptive response. Ooh, 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 ooh. 3 likes. Nice. 4 days and 24 hours until it's here. I think hopefully because I'm gonna be doing this for I think 10 hours, so The hope is I can finish the first part of the project today, and that first part project will already be good enough to kind of submit to VAPI. Because what I'll have is that I'll quickly make a UI where I can just copy the script that generates a prompt, and then that hits VAPI MCP that that creates everything in VAPI, and that alone should be that alone should be good enough. Oh, do do do. Uh, mm, mm, do do. Uh, okay. Um, and is there anything else I should mention when it comes to call flow? I don't think there's anything else I should mention when it comes to. Yeah, no, I don't think it's. Let's give examples. And so I think I've done my prompt structure thing. I think the last thing I need to add, I think I mentioned before, is I needed the AI to be able to categorize what type of call the AI is going to be handling. Is it going to be handling? It's going to be like an appointment setter, like a appointment center that's going to be handling warm leads. Maybe I have if it's that's going to be handling warm about leads. Is it going to be as a basic customer support type of technical support, customer support type of AI phone agent? Phone agent is going to be handling. Is it being a qualified phone agent? So all that kind of matters. Ugh. So I'm gonna have to categorize. I'm gonna need a prompt where it's gonna be able to categorize what the client wants with the AI. So example three, or let's see, example one. Let's see. Yeah. Let me get example one. Make example one here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can change it. Example one. Okay, and then let me do example two. Mm-hmm. This is the American. So let me get the American Best Flow. Okay. No point. Being quiet for a bit. I don't think there's anybody on here, so I haven't been talking as much, but I need to start. I want to start talking a bit more. Already kind of a little. I'm like a little bit exhausted. At the same time, I'm kind of pretty. Like I think I can go easily for 7 more hours, but also a little bit exhausted. I don't know how people that actually like people that do stream for like a living. I do not know how they fucking talk for like they do consistently talk for like 8 or 10 hours, bro. Like, how do you do that? I'll get so tired of that shit. All right, let me copy all this. Do 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 do. Mm. All right. Let me get one more example. Not the break it. What flow should I do? Because I don't think I did. Really for break it, I didn't do a flow. What I should. What was the other flow that I had? I had one more flow I wanted to do. Maybe it was no break it. I didn't really do a flow. Fun. No, I don't really want. Let me do fun. I think fun would be a good flow to do. Is there any other flow? I feel like there was another flow I was trying to do, but no, I don't think there's. Yeah, let me do that flow. Also, I want to go to retail because there's actually a tech support AI that I want to use as a prompt. Let me see. Digital Renaissance. I ain't just logging for this doing digital Renaissance. I don't know my password. I don't think I can. Let me see if I know my password. I don't think I can do know my password. Nope, don't know my password. Go back. Let me see if I can just do sign in from Gmail. I use another account. Um, digital. I cannot spell digital renaissance correctly. Let me go back to retail days because retail spelled that one completely for me. Yeah, this one here. Okay. No, I don't know my password. Try it away. I mean, I probably know my password. I just don't feel like I don't feel like going through the hassle of looking for wherever I put my password in. Gym rats. Okay. 789944. Next, nigga, bruh, I'm already what? Oh, I should be able to access it from. I should be able to get my code from my other computer really quick. But it's crazy. Like I'm trying to log into the email, and you were asking me send the code to the same email I'm trying to log into, right? And if I can get the code from my email, I won't be trying to log in. Ah. Uh, Gmail. Uh, today is Monday. Yeah. Today is Monday, bro. Uh, Somewhere here, Google verification. I have a new meeting. Let me see. VAPI API. Yeah. 216920. Next. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is not touchscreen. Continue. Let me continue this. No. Cancel. I wonder if that would have switched, but that would have locked me out of my YouTube stuff, which I did not want to do. So hopefully, it's great that I was able to switch. Let me let me go back to retail and continue with Google. And send me another code to my phone. I don't see that code though. Okay, see right now. 435470. Yeah, remember this for 30 days. No, I feel like that never works. Like next thing you know, next day I have to log in again. Yeah, this is the knowledge base one. I'm gonna say in this. Uh, of I want to have a knowledge base prompt too, though. So, all right, yeah, okay. Ooh, just want to see how I do my knowledge base prompt. Tone, colleagues, blah blah objective, and if I. Okay, yeah. Okay. Dial example, and then there's one more flow. I want to do one more flow. Example 3. That was my fun flow. Cause that one's unique, a little unique in how I do it. But I feel like I should train. I would way how I currently do that. Well, would I? I'm kind of talking to myself a little bit, but am I interested? Interesting about my, I guess, my fun agent is that in this agent, um, I give like for each route or each route I want they to follow, like, hey, the qualifying route, now the closing route, whatever. I give it like 5 examples of how the conversation can go because I want it to be. I was trying to get it to be very flexible, but also in a structured way because I wanted the AI to understand how to kind of approach that call and not just freestyle. Because when it freestyle, it's gonna approach it in its own way, but there's a certain way I kind of wanted to approach it. So that's why I was kind of using freestyle example to kind of get it to make it flexible in a sense, but also make it structured in a sense. But I want to give it this call flow because it's very interesting how I did this call flow. Blah 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 blah. Ooh, do 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 do. Introduce yourself and build a rapport before selling, or reduce your product. You may focus on generate. So, this is call flow. Use a blah blah. Look at this huge ass motherfucking prompt, big ass prompt. Do 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 do. Okay. Ooh. Call flow and flow and boo 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 boo. Okay. Blah blah blah. Okay. Call flow. And I just note this structure is a little bit different. This is an older structure. So I just want to note that this is a older structure or prompt. So the structure I use here on how I labeled everything is a bit different, but it still follows the same flow concept as the other examples. The concept in the 8 dial example. Others. And also one thing I want to mention about the call flow. Let's go to the call flow real quick. Response usually for so if it's a qualifying agent, I want you to follow a more structured response. But if it's an agent that has to be very conversational, like an agent that's handling appointment setting and closing, then it's gonna have to dialogue example is gonna have to be more conversational and freestyling. Then if it's customer support, it doesn't really need much structure or freestyling. Because it's just going to be answering questions based on the knowledge base. So you prompted to kind of be straightforward and simple. Straightforward and simple. With how it generates the response. Now I want to go back to conversational habits sometimes. Then other things, the other things you mentioned, and other things that mainstays, but there's something you will use see if the agent is asking a lot of questions or answering since we're answering a lot of questions is to ask each questions one at a time, not overwhelm the user, and to answer and not to ramble on too much or answer too much stuff or answer or do too much or mention or do multiple things and answer your question, or when generating general response in general, not talk about two different things, not talk about two different things in one response, and again, overwhelm the user, the caller. Mm. Okay, call flow. One thing I wanted to add it after is actually here is actually before the conversation. No, actually here. One thing I wanted to add, they don't always put in my prompts, but I wanted to add in my prompts is the whole let's see, the whole prompt structure thing I do. So sometimes I do prompt structures. Blah 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 blah. And that's just to kind of structure what my prompt is about. This is how this is sometimes how the structure. How am I just to explain what my prompt is structured like? Okay. Ooh, what was I gonna do? Go to the bathroom soon. Oops, don't do it like that. Why am I confident? So, prompt structure. So this is usually used to allow the AI to understand how your prompt is structured, how your prompt instructions are structured, so it can better understand how to follow instructions. To be honest, I only really need this if I'm creating an agent that's gonna follow a lot of a lot more structure, a lot more structure, gonna follow a lot more structure, yeah, and gonna use a lot of dialogue examples mentioned, plus stuff like function calling. So these are usually these are mostly used for used for agents that are doing qualifying people, or sometimes use for Q&A for agents, but only but only but only Q&A agents that aren't heavily relying on knowledge base. So like technical support agent that's relying on a huge knowledge base to answer questions won't really use this. Here's a example one. And I'm gonna add something in this prompt. Even though I don't have it here, I want to add something. I'm gonna write it in VAPI because I want to add something, and I want to mention function call in here. Let me go to the bathroom quick before I do that. But I want to mention function call in here. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna eat a banana. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. Yeah, just doing a little prayer. And then let me continue my work. About almost 4 hours, so I got like 6 more hours. That's a lot of time. But it was crazy. It's crazy because I was planning to take a break in 3 hours, but I'm too into it now. So next step is just I just want to add function calling component to this, just because I think it should have one. And that when I say function calling, I just want to understand what when I give an example of function call, I just want to understand that me telling it to call a function and not for it to say like JSON or anything. So let me just mm, 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 mm. So sometimes long section. I want the AI. I want the AI to call a function. So in the dialog example, I'll show dialog example. I'll show. I will show JSON. I would show the AI. I would add a JSON example in the dialog example like this, like this. Do 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 do. What was I? What was I gonna do? I always lose track. Okay, so publish this real quick, and I wanted to go. I was gonna get. I was gonna get example. That's what I was gonna do, like this. Let me publish, and let me get the other example I wanted to get. Not fun. This one it should be in Calendly. Mm, let me get. I remember when I tried to do prompting in XML format, and to be honest, it was kind of way to kind of categorize everything for the AI to better understand. To be honest, it's kind of extra because this thing is so hard to read, and it makes it harder to kind of type out. So this is like hella extra. But I did see a video showing that like XML XML does have. I think it wasn't like a big difference, but it was um, the AI was more accurate when using XML, and Claude and stuff recommend XML, but it's kind of overkill. You don't really need it. But that was kind of off track. But let me go. I'm looking for a function called an example to add to that prompt to show how I do function calling. I don't really need it in the prompt, but I'm gonna change that prompt anyway, so it doesn't really matter. That's just a prompt I was playing around with. Uh, do do do. Okay. Uh, but I'm getting that little sickness from this little energy drink. Yeah, I'm not tired, but I'm getting a little like a small tummy ache from that thing. I'm not even really a tummy ache. I don't know. I just get a little. I don't know how to describe it. Okay. Uh, there. Let me go to American Vest. Let's see. Definitely running out a little bit of steam. I was a lot more talkative in the beginning. Now I'm kind of like in my head, kind of thinking more than like saying everything out loud because I'm already. I do not know how people talk for like 8 hours straight. I don't know how people like and they're just pretty much streaming. There's just like it's streaming for 8 hours straight, and they can't just. It's not like me where I'm coding and I can kind of think in my head, or I'm not really coding, but I do something more technical, so I can kind of think in my head a bit. But they're doing is like pure entertainment, so they pretty much have to entertain you for 8 hours and talk for like 8 hours. Like, how do you? I don't know how you do that. I'll get so fucking damn tired after like minutes. Let's see. Um, where is where is the call? Um, I'm already lacking. I'm looking for the dial example for like 20 minutes, bro. Yeah, let me focus in now. Let me focus in, lock in. Let's see. Where is dial example? Okay. That's not dial example. Persona prompt structure. Okay. This or this. Same thing, just AI. This is what. So sometimes I call a function on the dial. I will show that. What you need to understand. This is not. This is that. This isn't. Is that this isn't me telling you to output JSON. For you to simply output JSON in your response, so it can be read out. So it can be read out to the caller. The caller again. Remember. This is again. Remember, this is a human to human conversation, human to human voice conversation, not human to human voice conversation, and humans don't output JSON. What I'm telling you to do is make a function call with those parameters. And please, and usually what I'll do is when I want the AI to make a function call, after response, I will label it with call function next to the AI label. So make sure you understand that. So the AI isn't trying to read out JSON or JSON or statically saying or trying or create a response where it's just stating that it's calling a function. It's calling a function like calling transfer function or calling book meeting tool. Is it like that? It doesn't really matter. Is it really? Because it's more like, who cares? Don't say, because humans don't say don't say that in the call. If they're looking at they're looking at their calendar to check availability, they won't say calling available calendar tool or function now. They will just say checking calendar. Same thing for transferring call. They won't say transferring. They don't say calling transfer tool. They would say transferring call now. So remember to actually call the function. Call the function when you see that in dialog examples, and to never mention JSON tool or function in your response because humans don't say that in the humans don't say that in the conversation. Don't say that in a conversation. Okay. Ooh. Okay, let me put this in AI, ChatGPT, my boss. Okay, bet. And then I already have digital reason set up, so bet. And let me go to prompting, my prompter. Okay, can you improve on it? Improve on it. can clean up. No need to expand on it. Expand on it too much. Just just clean up. So the AI, it's the AI understands my prompt. So that clean up, so the AI understands more on how to follow the instructions I'm giving it. Ooh, yeah. And so, what the heck? Okay, I missed something when I copy and paste it. Let me go back to. I think I missed something. Yeah, I missed this. So, so redo that because one, I didn't give you full thing, and two, when I mention something like humans say let me check calendar. I wasn't telling the AI to say that. I was giving real examples of what humans say, so the AI understands to never say weird things like calling calendar availability function or tool or something. Uh, so change a few things. One, one, the function call isn't after an AI response. It's after a caller's response. Two, for this below, I want you to use it to as example more for showing that humans don't say transferring calling transfer tool, like calling transfer tool now, and that not something I'm telling the AI to say. Again, I'm using it to explain to AI it should never say something. It should never say something. Not using it as example of what the AI should say. That's something I want to copy. Ooh. This is great. This is great. Don't rewrite the whole prompt, but don't leave out this. But just mention examples of what humans say as a way for the AI to understand that humans don't say that, and just simply mention these aren't examples of what I want you to say. These are just examples for you to understand that you should never say calling function or output any JSON that isn't for calling a function, and is for you to read out instead. Oh man. No, yeah, no, you're not understanding it. Oh, looks like somebody's watching. That's cool. So no, what I want you to do. Let me see. Where did I put the example? How did I go back here? Let's see. Where did I put it? Where did I put that? No, go down. Okay. No, you got it wrong. So that's wrong. What I want you to mention is so that's wrong. What I want you to mention is examples of what humans will say when doing a certain action. Not to show the AI what to say, to show that stuff like calling transfer to function is stuff that humans never say. So let me see. So this is that's a great example. So let me copy and paste. Where do I do it? Okay, let me copy this first. Phone call. Copy that here. Let me copy all that here. So in that example, function copy favor. Sometimes I sentence include when you do something like this. Then let me change this section to the update section I got. Because that was really good. Things I never say to understand, for example. Um, ooh, okay. Or repeat Jason out loud. I mentioned these things because what AI always likes to do, especially if it's hallucinating, is that it will mention calling this function or calling this tool or something. So at least even if worse comes worse, I'm trying to give the AI idea that it should never say function of the tool. Or it should never repeat Jason out loud. Okay, there. So let me also copy this. Let me let me go copy this. Publish and what where else did I mention prompt structure? Yeah, I mentioned in fun. Let me go add that to there too. Even though I'm not calling any prompts in fun. Well, actually I think I am, but um okay. Publish. Do one thing I don't know why I always do this, but one thing I always want to check if it's actually like if people are actually can actually see the screen and stuff. That thing is throwing me off. People are saying that they can't really see the screen, so always feel a habit to check it. Let me see. Ooh, let me restore. Oh, what is this? Okay, doesn't matter. No, let's see. Lizzie Blockway, YouTube. Live right now. I wonder if I was simply already watching my stuff. I wonder if I was simply already watching my stuff. I wonder if I was simply already watching my stuff. That's weird. Have it unless I run into issues where I have. Let me see. That's funny. All right, going back, cancel out. Going back to focus. I wonder if that one watcher was low key me. It low key might be me. That is weird. Yeah, it was probably me. But okay, going back. Okay, yeah, let me go copy and paste my prompt stuff into my I'll make this example too. Which one example is this? Actually no, sorry. Which example is this one again? No, I think this is not the this is an old example. Okay. Make this example too. This example is a older version. Still follows the same, follows the very similar, very similar structure to example one, but you're probably gonna pull more from example one because it's a newer structure. That structure that contains things you might want. So that's example two. This is Okay, and then you have example one. Let me get that from active publish. Okay. Ooh, do, 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 do. Uh, ah. So I have all that set. Now I just need to create work, which now I'm gonna have to put this outside. Do I have to put this as heading two? So I'm gonna put this as heading one. I have to do something that allows me to categorize what type of agent I'm building. So have it one agent. Okay. So it's important to be able to categorize what categorize what categorize what type of agent you're building. Agent you're building. It's important to be able to categorize what type of agent you're building because the prompt is going to be structured. The prompt is going to be structured different ways based on the job of your agent. Uh, I'm gonna get like a minute to just like think of my thoughts real quick. Sometimes I just need to think to kind of relax my brain. So let me put a minute to just kind of think and kind of relax my brain a little bit. Ooh, ooh. Mm. All right, I'm gonna get some water real quick and then come back. I'm gonna get water, go to the bathroom, and come back. Ooh. Ah, man. Woo. 4 hours and 34. Ooh. Almost at 5. Ooh. Ooh. Time goes by fast. So it's important to be able to categorize what type of agent you're building because the prompt is does because you're gonna prompt because you're gonna prompt a different way based on the job. You are going to so I'll probably finish I think in 30 minutes, maybe close maybe an hour. I'll finish like the whole maybe it probably should be 30 minutes, but maybe an hour. I'll finish the whole prompt this structure setup. And then the next step is just gonna be putting its own AI and cleaning up. And after that, I put that in Assistant, see how well it works, and then I put that in the agent. I put that in an NA flow, and then I stitch together and I make the front end and add it to an AN, and then at least have the base prompt. And then I have to stitch together the VAPI MCP, which to me, I think it should be easy because I think that should be easy. I don't know if I do. I even need the MCP or because I'll just do MCP because I can totally just do an API call, and I can do it. I technically just do an API call and then just throw the prompt in there. But saying that I use the MCP just sounds way cooler. So problem is the MCP. So it's important to be able to categorize what type of agent you're building because prompt because you're gonna prompt you're going to prompt a different way based on the job of your agent. Okay. Okay. But what is next? What is next? Woo! What is next? Okay. Do 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 do. Uh, hmm. Okay. What's the next step? So there are. So for right now, I don't know. I think there's like four. So for now, there are four type of agents. Ooh. So right now there are four type of agents. I think there's probably more, but I'm gonna start with four. There is a there's a qualified. There's a qualifying agent, and this can be inbound or outbound. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. But the main thing this agent is doing, is that it's just asking a bunch of qualifying questions to see if a user is fit for their product or service or service or opportunity they are offering. And let me see. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Oh, let me think. So that's also that. Then I'm thinking of this agent that I built out. Actually, I can just check it right now. Do I really want to check it though? I was thinking of this agent. What's it called? Let me actually check it real quick. Do do do. Can't even see my face really. Look at half my face has been showing. It's funny. Got my beard I haven't cleaned in a while. Got my woo shitty ass hairline. Need to get a haircut. Mm. Let me see. Mark Owens. The fuck is Endell? Is Jenny. Okay, I want to see. This is outbound. Did he change? This is so much better. This is. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at prompt. That's for as recruiting base because I want to see because there's so many different um things that agent can do. Um, but there's also different ways where an agent can technically be a qualified agent, but it's not technically just doing basic qualifications. Like sometimes you're calling someone, like you're doing like a outbound call, and it's kind of like a so maybe it's a cold call, maybe it's a warm call, but you're doing qualifying. We're also trying to kind of book them in, but you're not really doing like hard selling. You're just trying to qualify them and see if they're fit, and then just ask them if they're interested. So it's not like it's not like you're doing any hard selling. It's very simple and basic. The person is either qualified and interested or he isn't. So that's I'm just reading the prompt on that. Hey, this is cool. Okay, let me share my screen again. Uh, so what I was just looking at is what was I trying to say? So what I was just trying to looking at is trying to see. I was looking at a qualifying prompt, and I was just going to see how these things are kind of structured. But sometimes, sometimes the qualifying agent could be more of an outbound call to an agent, and it can be the AI trying to qualify a caller while while trying to gauge interest and make a soft sell if they are. So in the sense that AI is still doing more basic Q&A, but but it's also trying to leverage. It's also trying to do little sales. And then what there is a qualifying agent. Qualifying agents. So qualifying agents. Qualified agents are usually agents are just doing agents are just doing more of a appointment setting, not hard closing, not any hard closing, but more simple appointment setting. Okay, so that's that. There's customer support, technical support agents. There is somebody checking out. Let me see. So there is customer support and technical agents. And these agents are usually agents that aren't going to be too conversational, but more so using a knowledge base to answer a lot of questions, a lot of questions. So these a lot of times are going to be heavily Q&A based, kind of like qualifying agent, but probably a bit less conversational, and more, I guess, and with a need to be more knowledgeable, to need to be more knowledgeable and technical. Let's see. hmm So you have those agents. So you have customer support. You have your qualifying agents. So what other agents you have? I'm trying to see. I think you have your closers. I guess you have your closers. You have your closer. You have your closers. These are agents. These can be. Also, these are agents that are 90% of the time, and I spend time inbound phone agents. I don't know. I don't know if a customer support can be outbound, but maybe it could. Maybe they're doing. Maybe there's a missed call. You're calling back, and you need that. But I mean, usually if you're using AI, you won't have missed calls. I guess you can kind of you can't infinitely scale, but you can scale ton. But I don't know. Maybe there's use cases where a technical support or support agent can be outbound. Then you have closer agents. Then you have closer based agents. These are agents that are sales agents, but they're more heavily relied on to actually sell the product and close the lead instead of um booking an appointment and letting somebody else hard sell, or even if it's booking, even if its goal is to book the agent, is to book the caller. It's still doing a lot of the hard sell to even get the caller interested in booking a meeting. Usually, these agents have to be highly knowledgeable in sales, and understand the triggers triggers that tell it when to use certain sales tactics. And it usually also has to be very knowledgeable about the product or services offering, or the business in general. Let me hide this. Ooh, product or the business in general, or just a field the business is in. Because to actually do hard selling. I mean, you have to know what you're talking about. I don't know. Is there any other agents, other type of agents? I mean, there's inbound customer support and technical agents. There's qualifying agents. They can be mixed with anything. They're more like, I guess, the appointment setting agents. We have more like closure agents, and what else? What other agents you have? I think that's probably you might have others, but those are the ones I've kind of built. Let me think. Hmm. Oh, you don't always have. Okay, sometimes, okay, because you do have the Q&A ones. Sometimes, the Q&A ones will use a bit of a knowledge. We'll use a bit of a knowledge base. Let me check something real quick. Gonna stop sharing for a second. Let's see. Let's go to. Oh, it won't be in here. I don't think it'll be in this one. I was gonna check on, but it should be in the. It should still be my VAPI account actually. So let me go check. Oh, oh. Okay, I did mention that there will be no use cases for technically a customer support or technical support agent, but I guess there is agent use case. There are use cases where agent is outbound and it technically kind of functions as a inbound as a technical support customer support agent, but not really. Sometimes the Q&A agent will use a bit of knowledge base and be more of a mix of a Q&A agent, Q&A agent, and technically, and not really, and technically, but not really, because it's customer support agent, but only in the sense that it will use its knowledge base to answer a lot of questions on on what the caller is selling, or or and ECT and so on. I don't know if I have to give it prompt examples. I was just thinking of getting prompt examples, but I think you should be able to kind of figure out where the agent falls under just through these instructions. AI is good enough to understand how to categorize stuff that it should be able to do that very easy without any examples. Ooh, now I built the whole prompt framework. Now let's like get AI to kind of improve it, and yeah. Ooh. So I'm probably gonna create another docs just for this. Man, sorry. What time is it? 4 hours 56. So almost 5 hours. Probably have 5 more hours of this. Let me see if there's anything to eat. Maybe I'm gonna get some bread probably to eat. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some bread real quick. Am I sharing my screen again? I'm not sharing my screen now. No, yeah, I'm not sharing my screen anymore. Let me share my screen again. But gonna go get some bread to eat. Yeah, some bread. Oh, carbs make me sleep now. Carbs like two breads won't make me sleepy. I don't think so. Uh Oh, I'm back. Got some bread and then got some chips, which I shouldn't be really eating chips. Um, oh, you can't really see it, but 140 calories for about 12 servings. If I don't think I'll eat this whole thing. Hopefully I don't. But that's a lot of calories to eat this whole thing. Sodium isn't bad. 2 grams of protein, which is, to be honest, for chips, is actually decent. No sugar. 40 mg's of potassium, 30 mg's of calcium. I don't know how good that is, but at least it has some of that. And the only ingredients it has is corn, vegetable oil, and salt. Oh, this is lucky kind of good. I mean, the calories are bad, but no artificial colors. But this thing, like, I feel like this is as healthy as you can get when it comes to chips or snacks in general. That's nice. I wonder if they're lying about the ingredients though. It says made by, I think, Frito Lay's. I don't know if I trust those guys. I don't know if I trust. Well, I mean, is Fritos that unhealthy or Lay's? Is that the Lay's? I don't know how much I trust a company that's that whole thing. I don't know. Maybe let me search up Frito Lay's real quick. So I don't know how much I would trust a company which whole gimmick is making unhealthy food to actually make anything that's actually unhealthy, that's actually healthy. I mean, Lay's aren't too unhealthy, but I don't know, bruh. I don't know. I mean, chips aren't really supposed to be healthy. I don't know if I trust anybody that's selling healthy chips, especially a company that's known for selling unhealthy chips. But I'm hungry, so I'm gonna sleep anyways. Uh, let me let me go back. All right. So you start structuring my prompts to actually create these create other prompts. Creating a prompt to create prompts. Um, I'll start off with this. So the first prompt I start with is the role prompt. So this prompt is that you're helping me create prompts for my voice AI, my voice AI voice bot. Ooh, do. Mm, Kind of crazy is how I'm building a project. Technically, it's supposed to be a technical project, but I'm 5 hours in, and I haven't even coded anything. I haven't coded shit. And I probably won't code. I won't for another like 2 or 3 hours. I probably won't. Maybe another hopefully another like 2 hours. I won't code until I yeah, because I'm gonna make the prompt. I'm gonna test it in OpenAI as an API. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna add that into like N8, and then finally I'll write some code, which I'm not gonna write myself. I'm just gonna go to Bolt and write some front end, and so in a basic front end site for my thing. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, so the content is you help me create. You're creating create prompts for my voice AI, voice pop. What I'm doing is giving you a transcript I had with a I had with a had with a client. Let me see if I can switch. No. And I'm still on, right? Yeah, 5 hours. So what I'm doing is giving me a transcript. I had a transcript of but I'm just gonna put this on a plate because I don't want to overeat this. So I'm gonna put this all on the plate. Mm. Oops! I hope I didn't cancel anything. I was scared if I cancel something or end the stream accidentally. Mm. Mm. Oh, there's a back started. Let me just check something real quick. Let me just procrastinate real quick. The good thing about streaming this is that I can't just procrastinate for too long, bro. I can't just if I'm streaming myself doing something, I can't just sit here and be on my phone for an hour. So it makes it harder for me to procrastinate. Because right now I'll probably have gone to YouTube and procrastinate for like an hour, but I can't really do it because I'm kind of streaming myself. So I look need to do them more often. And practically talk to my fucking self, bro. Like a fucking damn crazy person, but. Mm-hmm. Mm. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. Focus, lock in. Oh, but I know I have to lock in, but I need like a minute, maybe a minute, 30 seconds to sit down and just like rest my head. Not sit down, just like to not think, to recharge my brain. Just put a 2 minute timer, just recharge it for a bit. Just sit down in silence. I had another 2 minutes just to finish. Let me not 2 minutes. Let me do 1 minute. Um, just think to myself, eat. Mm. All right, let's start. Mm. You help me create prompts for my voice AI voice pop. What I'm doing is give me a transcript I had from a meeting I had with the client, and I want you. So the first thing I should is not the role one. I should the classified one, the classified voice shit. And different agents help me for multiple different components. For multiple the points that's needed that is needed to build a voice AI prompt. And your prompt and you in your role as an agent will be to in your role as an agent will be to first classify what type of agent client wants, and you will do this by using the transcript from a meeting from me that I had with a client. I'm from a meeting that I had client. Uh with a client. Ooh. Mm. Is that you're helping create I create multiple different agents or multiple components that is needed to build voice AI prompt. And your role as agent will be to first classify what type of agent the client wants, and we'll do this by using transfer meeting that I had with a client. Um, and there are four different agents. And as of right now, as of right now there are four different agents clients usually ask for. Which is ooh, 5 hours and 17 minutes. Oh, there's two viewers. That's kind of cool. I know, went back to zero. Shit. Um, which is mm, as right now there are four different agents clients usually ask for, which is let me go back here. Let me go to classifying. Which is I said four, but it's really three. So there is there a fourth one? I don't think there's a fourth one. I'm trying to think. Through all the agents I built, Q&A. Yeah, I don't think I built anything else literally. So and they can be out. They can be. And they can be inbound. They can be inbound, outbound, and they can be, and they can be user inbound. They might be warm release. They're more likely warm release, and then for outbound, they're they can be warm release sometimes. They can be warm release sometimes. But they can also be completely cold leads sometimes. Completely cold leads sometimes. Sometimes, but ooh. Okay. Okay. Let me copy and paste all of this. So important to categorize the type of agent you're building. Let me take that, copy that, which is it's not four, it's three. Three. I was gonna say ucho, but that's not how you say three in Spanish. Well, how do you say it? I don't even know how you say three in Spanish. Trio, ses, cuatro. As of right now, there are three different agents client user X. So I don't know for some reason. What I hope is that to make sure that I'm gonna check it again. I don't know why, but I just want to make sure. I keep want to make sure that hey, like everything is kind of showing in my stream. I can hear it. I'd be so annoyed if nothing was. If I streamed everything and nothing was recorded. Uh, ooh, who's this Alozie Abakwe here? I'm the only Alozie Abakwe in town. You gotta understand that. And what I want to do is that I want to also label it. Let's see, let me do Z back. Because what I do here is I split the example one. The voice is so bad. Like I'm on that is global. That is the voice is so bad. But I mean, first time streaming. Well, not first time, but I mean third time. But the voice sounds so bad. All right. Oh, I think because I let me exit out because I think I don't know if that's actual people that are actually viewers, but I think I've made actually added free viewers in there because I opened up the thing. So let me cancel out. Um. Okay. What was I doing? Yeah. So which is so using the information above, and looking at the transcript, you should be able to categorize what type of agent you're building, and there's some basic information on the exact type of agent it is of that of that agent you gotta categorize as I explained above. Not all QA agents are exactly the same, and even that can be the same for support agents and closer agents. Even though those will be closer, they're usually they're usually more they're usually appointment setting agents. Majority of the time that just qualify qualify callers, or sometimes maybe just answer questions from the caller, so the caller understands more on what he's getting into, what he's getting into he is getting into. And then I'll have right here, or just have the transcript. Okay, and copy all that. Oh, bro, I'm gonna have to get fan. Why can I not? I can't go. It's still not working. I'm gonna have to. Let me see if I can get that. I should be able to log into Phantom because I have Phantom AI Note Taker. Um, bet www. What is this demo? Oh, this is a fight demo. I was like, who are these people? I've never seen these people in my life. but she looks like AI. Not gonna lie, she kind of does. Uh, okay. What the heck? What the heck was I gonna do? I just remember. Can I even curse in YouTube? I feel like I cursed a bit in this stream. I wonder if that. Hopefully that I don't get in trouble for that because I cursed a decent bit. And, I don't want to lose this count, and it's how many subscribers. I'm talking so quiet, and I know my voice is barely gonna be picked up in this thing because I know the audio is so bad. But I'll live and learn. I'll live and learn. Um, yeah, how many subscribers I have? I have like. Mm, why do I have all these tabs open? This is okay. No, I realize this is probably confusing YouTube because I have all these tabs open. So all these viewers are just me watching my own shit. Retarded. I have 340 subscribers. So much. Um, okay. Okay. Let me go back to what I was doing. So let me just go to AI and kind of get to prove this. Prompting. Help me improve this. Uh, if I'm thinking of myself, but I'm gonna do this for 10 hours. So I go to bed at 6. I have a meeting like at 12, so I'll probably wake up at like 10 or 11. 4 hours, 5 hours of sleep. That should be decent enough. And then what I will do is, what was I gonna do? What? I need to check my schedule. I need to check my schedule. I have a note schedule. Oh, I can't open anything. Fuck that. Help me. But I was trying to think of how many hours I'm gonna stream tomorrow. So if I start at like 1 or 2, probably like at 2. I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I do the 5 to 6, I'll have like 15 hours. So that should be a lot. So probably be, yeah, probably do a 15-hour stream tomorrow of me just working. That's what I'll do. Yeah, I have too much time on my hands. Ooh. Help me improve this. Help me improve this prompt. Using this, create prompt, a bunch of agents, a bunch of agents that work as prompt builders. And the first step I need is someone is the agent that can classify the type of agents that the client wants to build out. The client wants to build out. Uh, so this is great. So this is great. This is great. This is great. Can you make the agent explanations a bit more detailed? A bit more detailed. Uh, this is great. This is great. Yeah, this is good. Let me just take. This is great. I was gonna make the AI output again, but I don't want to change too much of what is already done because what it's built is really great. What it changed a bit. Let me see. Yeah, I think it's all good though. Copy this. Mm, ooh, do. So this is let me use AI agent, voice AI agent. I'm saying job prompting job. Let me say prompting job. You're one of the assist one of the you're one of the you are one of the AI assistants helping me to build a product. Your task is to analyze the client meeting and classify what type of wages the client wants to build each. Let me describe the career qualifying. This is what I call it. Usually to move to the next line book employment. These are usually these are usually appointment setting. These these are all can also are kind of like questioning, answering type bots, questioning and answering type bots, type 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 agents. Though in the case of the AI doing the questioning and are usually appointment setting agents. These agents do not close sales. These agents do not close sales. These agents usually don't aren't expected to do any hard closing, but just to gather but closing but just to gather info, gauge interest, and answer and ask basic questions. Ask basic questions to qualify the caller, and if qualified and interested, try to book a meeting with a person that would actually do the closing. Tone is friendly, informative. Usually is you friendly and slightly better than you. Usually friendly and slightly supportive. For booking again is basic for book them an appointment if they are qualified. Yeah, abound calls which leads to get interest or to gauge interest or fit for a program service. Usually these agents are either doing some type of cold calling to just see if a call if a lead is interested and qualified, or because if the lead is interested or qualified, or this agent is calling warm leads that fill out some type of form or something to show interest, and is qualifying them and trying to and is qualifying them and trying to see if they can get they and trying to see if they can book them in a meeting. Sometimes these agents these agents may use Kine to answer FAQs about the business or service of the business service for business service. This is usually for leads that are a little bit warmer and did some type of action to show they might be interested and might be willing and might be to learn more about whatever you're selling, whatever the business is selling, whatever the client is, or AI client is selling. Sometimes it'll perform. It will perform, and sometimes it will need to do some sales, but the sales is usually the selling. You do some sales or use some sales tactics, but the sales stuff is usually just um uh 4 minutes. 4 more hours is usually just I guess soft sales, where you might use a leading question, or might might mention a small thing to see if you can attract more interest from the caller. Okay. Someone goes for qualities, answer with about questions. Answering my questions solve problems. So these are task focused, not self focused. They sound helpful, confident, and informed. Usually use pressure and actively use product, value futures, help to and are usually and usually heavily and usually require a knowledge base and 9% of the time 90% of the time and requiring a more inbound base and more inbound base. Okay, I'm persuade the leader to make a commitment. So he's going to offer. Since they're trained to convert just into action, they're going to know when the push for a close. About friends will lose your orders, so must sell. Call codes and release and create interest from scratch. So the cues we're going to change guidance. So the cues to implement sales tactics. I mentioned emotional. I like it like how I mentioned because that's why I usually put my sales prompts. I have like an emotional section where I actually label emotional tactics for it to use. Go to call it by, objections, as well as dishes. The personal meaning, use technology. Um, these agents are doing more hard sells, more hard sells, like a closer does, where they're more a little more aggressive and apparent with closing the color and aren't really relying on someone like somebody else the close the lead like a appointment setter might do. Closures with the output. Okay, this is pretty good. And then let me get the transcript component because it completely missed the transcript. Okay, transcript analyze here. Okay, I'm gonna get this set real quick and then I'll go to the bathroom. But let me just get this set real quick. Um, Let me create an AI agent for this. Open AI Dev World. I think it's Open AI Dev or something. Open AI Playground. Woo! Gonna play with you. Playground prompts. That's interesting. Let me create my assistant. I'm gonna create a new assistant. What is this? Let me get a name. Um, what I want to call you is that you're the voice agent class or type. Um, I want to use the 4.1. Yeah, 4.1. Top G text. Here's what temperature. That should be fine. Let me copy this. I wrote this expanded part, but let me see how good this thing is at classifying. Copy here, and let me add a certain transcript. I take this transcript. Mm, copy. No, no, let me just copy. Can I just copy this whole thing? No, I'll copy summary. I'll copy transcript. Nope, that is not someone I want to copy. Give me error code. What the fuck is it talking about? Okay. Okay. Classify. Can you tell me what type of agent the caller wants? The caller wants. Wonder if it can. Hopefully, it knows who they call the. I wonder if it can figure out who the client is, because that was like a conversation with like multiple people in it. But I mean, she would tell. It's smart enough. Even if you can't, I can add the caller, the client's name inside the prompt. I feel like you should be able. It shouldn't need that. Man, this is slow as fuck, bruh. Isn't this an API as slow as? I swear the API isn't this slow. I think the assistant API is just the assistant API is still slow as fuck. 'Cause I feel like the regular API isn't this slow, but this thing is running for a bit. What do you mean error? I might not be able to use this as an API. This thing is shit. Let me try one more time. Okay, work that. Okay, closer and support because he mentioned multiple agents, so that's cool. With objection handlers, so that's he. This is pretty good. Summary: what's the IVR system that roads to three separate agents, sales, closer, support, and potential third function for. So agent expected to act as a closer, call for leads, pitching the value, proposition handling, objections. Okay, this is really good. Text sort needs, answering troubleshooting questions, and knowledge base. This is really really good. The only thing is I'll probably have something. Um, how do we handle so ring? So this is really really good. Um, this is really good. So this is like a very accurate reception of what he wanted. Um, yeah, the only thing is that I have to if because I had to do multiple agents for this person, so the only thing is I have to I have to make sure that if there's multiple agents, which usually shouldn't be that much of the case, but if there's multiple agents, the automation can see that and then makes two different agents. Okay. Let me start sharing my screen. Very quick for a second. Yeah. Oops. I would thought in the stream for a second. I want to try a different one real quick. What type of agent? Do I have to? Don't want to. Should I just restart or should I create a new thread? I don't know. I want to clear the thread. Yeah, let's clear the thread. Let me add a new. God, it's gonna be annoying to to fucking remove this transcript. This is so long. There. Blah 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 blah. Okay, transcript. Ooh. Okay, add this transcript. What type of agent this client want? This client wants. And yeah, it was able to actually tell who the client was. So again, I don't have to do anything. Yeah. This is this thing is good. This thing is good. I'll tell you. Because this thing it's pretty good at classifying. It's pretty good. So happy that the first aspect is good. I'm gonna go to the bathroom quick, then I'll come back. I'll come back to that. This is the full name. Okay. Let me move that. Whatever. What the hook? No, what the hell? Did I put this thing twice? What the hell? Oops. Yeah, I guess I had it twice. All right, let me go to the bathroom quick and get some water. Ooh. Man. Ah. Just need like 2 minutes to refresh my brain. Ooh. Oh man, 2 minutes to refresh my brain. I would put on like a maybe I should just put this on. The only thing is I'm so concentrated, I don't feel like I don't need to put it on, but maybe I should. Nah, I think that'll just hurt my brain even more. Yeah. Do do do. Hmm. Yeah, did I put a timer on? Think. Just let my brain think and rest. Let me add another minute to it. Mhm. I'm not sure. That's so fun for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Let me go back to focusing. It was almost 6 hours. So I got 4 more hours to focus. Ooh. Okay, the next one is the what is this? The role agent. So I don't need this. The qualify agent, classifier agent, classifier agent. Okay. Role role based agent. Do I need to make it a role based agent, or do I have to do just role persona? Can I just do role persona? I think it'd just be better to just do each of them separate. You build other prompts from that component. A little bit more work for the setup, but the AI will be able to focus on one thing more. Role agent. So let me take this. You want to help me build customer persona. Your task is to help me create the role agent, the role section of the prompt for my agent. The role section will usually be in between role between and role end, and what the role section entails is role section. Did I put examples here? So yeah. Mm, is okay. Ugh. So prompts will have roles. He describe what the voice agent is going to do in the context of conversation it's having, or context of what the AI is context that it's having taking place, on what it's technically doing. Okay, and then I mentioned you will use the transcript below and and the notes and the notes and the notes on uh, on the classification of what the voice agent is. Boo 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 boo. Tired. 4 days and 18 hours. Ooh. When 20K plus. Hopefully that's legit. Okay, yeah. What are they gonna do? So let me actually go to Fathom real quick again. Oops. Yeah. Let's see. This is fine. Let's go add that there to the yeah, what type of agent is client one. I have to change this a little bit to remove the inbound, because I have to update it later to split the two agents that are needed. But for now, just remove the. Let me just make another Google Docs section of this. Notes. Call it notes. Oops. And what I usually do is that I'll probably use another AI, to just extract the information, to like kind of clean up the information that this AI outputs. Remember, I could just do it in the one AI. It's like the extra details that it brings out. So once sales sales an agent that's is a sales slash closer. So this is all it needs. Okay. So I would type agent to help craft and then to help craft a role section for my AI voice agent. Ooh. So the goal was to be able to make a front end and a back end by time I finish streaming. I have 4 more hours. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that, but I mean, hopefully, um, this probably will take 2 more hours. Ideally, this will take an hour, and then set up the N8 will take an hour to 2 hours, and then set up the front end will just take an hour, and I'll have time to do everything. Or maybe I go. I don't think I'll stay up that late, but maybe I'll stay up to 7, make it a 7 hour stream instead. Maybe, but we'll see. Ooh. Ooh. I thought it'd be weirder to be talking. And okay, I guess there's one more person. I thought it'd be weirder. I'm not sure if that's just me or that's actually a person, but I thought it'd be weirder to pretty much be talking to myself while there's 0 people on the stream. But to be honest, it feels kind of natural, which is kind of weird to say. Okay, so let me. Uh, I hope my audio is good too, because I know when I was checking this out, I know the audio sounded trash. But anyways, let's see. What was I doing? Okay, yeah, you use the transcript and notes of the classification in notes of classification to craft a real section for my voice agent. And okay, classification notes. Okay, and transcript notes and transcript. Okay. And let me do something real quick. Not that. Let me go here and go copy that whole transcript so it's easy to copy and paste. This is so long. Do. Classify notes and what other notes? Classify script, transcript. Ooh. Do. Ooh. Yes. What was I gonna do? Yeah. So no role agent. Let me get prompting job. row, and your roll craft section crafting section crafting. Woo. All right, so let me copy and paste them. Let me copy and paste and improve this. Uh, okay, improve these prompts. Okay, improve this prompt. Improve this prompt for me. I didn't it left out examples, but I can just add the examples back there. Mm, I've been quiet for some bit. Just kind of thinking. Probably a little quiet for a bit. Been talking for a bit, so just kind of thinking. Mm, already kind of slowing down a bit. Not tired. Oh, more like my brain's tired. Oh, let's see. Mm, you know what I always like to use for motivation? I go to Twitch, even though I don't even watch. I don't watch streaming. I don't really get watching streaming. But what I usually do is I go see is like it's like well, some people don't live in uh fucking Georgia, but I go see that there are people fucking up, like literally people up to streaming, and it's like for some of these people it's like freaking night. They're just still just fucking damn streaming, and that makes me go like, hey, if they can be streaming at like fucking 3 or 4 at night, then I can do that shit too. Uh, well, not streaming, but doing work at night. Yeah, I ain't no streamer. Uh, What was I fucking doing? I was just being fucking damn lazy. Okay, I wanted to add examples. Okay, no, I mean, here are examples. Here are examples of how how I structured my role section in other prompts. Here is an example of how I structured my role section in other prompts. So example 2, example 1. Where's example? That is example 2. I thought there was example 3. I don't know example. That's crazy. Nah. Let me go to VAPI. Yeah, I'll use that. Okay, and then now I should be ready to take that and put that in this agent. Okay, let's create another agent. Blah blah. We're creating a new agent. Not creating an assistant. Prompt. Post section. Here. Okay, G4. Then, man, I can add that context in anyways, but I have to, let me add the transcript. That's crazy too. Is I can't use the same thread. Can I use the same thread for different agents? If I use the same thread, I think I can. If I use the same thread for different agents, 'cause look, I'm here. I'm using the same thread, but I'm creating a different agent. Um, then I can kind of give the context of everything. So I wonder if I have to add the classification notes or anything. I still might add it, but just to have it remember context every time. But yeah, that's true. Mm, I should copy the transcript last, but whatever. Mm, uh, yeah, let me go to assistant here, classification notes, and let me say craft me the role section. See if it uses. No, yeah, because it's doing. yeah, This is it mentioned technical support, so I feel like let me use a different thread just in case. One thing I think I mentioned. Let me go back. I think I added something I didn't want to add. Okay, yeah, this is the issue, and so like clues and all that stuff. Um, oh, I think it's in Alvo Legion, but where does it get the IVR stuff from? I can still mention the IVR stuff. Whatever. This is the big role section. I think it's because it's also creating the call flow because what it's supposed to do. Yeah. This is a big role, but maybe this is a big role, but always edit this later if it needs to be spotted. I'm not sure the role always needs to be that big, but we can always edit it later. Oh, I'm retired, bro. But I mentioned I would do 10 hours, bro. So I gotta do 10 hours. I might have to get this thing to be a little smaller before, but for now, this is good. I don't think would have to mention role inside of things. It should have context if I'm using the same thread, so that's nice. 6:33. I might run some water on my face. My hairlines look so damn bad in this one. How far back is it going? Looks gonna be going bald. Let's see. Do 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 do. Okay, next section, the persona section. The biggest thing about this is I don't want to create a bunch of huge fucking prompts I don't need, but I can always minimize this. Okay. Prompt job, generating the persona section for the basic prompt. So let's see. Here, one of the is helping to build custom prompts for voice AI bots. So let me go to the front section. This is usually to the pronunciate no, how you say it pronunciate pronunciation pronoun I sound retarded, whatever. I can't pronounce it. I sound retarded. Pronunciation. Okay, I sound retarded. So I'll probably put this section with the prep section, the point structure, all in one component, and then I'll have the conversational habits and the call flow also in difference. So I'm almost done with the whole setup. So now after creating all those assistants, it'd be literally just fucking creating the innate flow in the voice. So I should have time to do all of that. Oh, that's fast. Hmm. No worries, man. Let me look bathroom then. Fucking rest my brain for a bit. Ugh. Let me wash my face. I'm gonna put in my little jacket. Oh no, makes me less tired when I'm hotter. Pause. Ooh. It's this way. Ooh. 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 But let me build high quality because it's my very high quality. Help me craft high quality custom prompts for my voice AI voice bots. Your days helps me craft high quality custom prompts for my voice bot, my voice AI voice bots. You're responsible for you help me create write the persona section. This persona and persona end markers. Please include the star markers, star markers when crafting the titles another section. If AI removes the markdown to make bold text, add extra stars to hopefully remove that effect. Hopefully that would work. Yeah, let's make sure 3 stars there. Edit, make it black here. Of course. Um, okay. To make bold text and extra stars, hopefully remove effect. Okay. So the persona section is do do do. Uh, um, usually base base. Let me see. Ear task. No, no. Oh. Oh. Um. Jax. Call. But no, that would use Jackson's client. Client. We're still about the president. That's what it is. But you still should be able um, usually won't be too because there's fucking trees. Ooh, getting distracted. Give me a little bit more time to get distracted. Let me just go. Was I need some time to think and procrastinate? Uh, sorry, I'm listening to some audio real
Hey,
quick.
this is Alex from Radiant Security. Thanks for calling. So, how can I help you today?
So I was interested in possibly getting a security system set up, so I was just calling.
Awesome. Thanks for reaching out. Are you local to Mississippi or are you in another state?
I'm local to Mississippi. I'm in Mississippi.
Perfect. Good news then. We actually provide professional installation services here so you can get the whole setup done for you without having to mess with any of the tech stuff yourself. First, I wanted to ask, how long have you been in the house? Did you recently move in or have you been there a while?
Been there for a while.
All right, gotcha. So I'd be right to assume you haven't gone without Wi-Fi for years and you already have internet set up?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, perfect. And is this just for your house or are you thinking about security for a business or something else?
Just my house.
All right, got it. Are you looking to secure your home with just an alarm system or do you want cameras as well? Maybe both?
Maybe both.
That's a solid choice. Honestly, it's risky to have one without the other nowadays. The cameras give you visibility when you're not home, and if anything ever happens, like a power outage or Wi-Fi dropping, you've still got the alarm as a backup. So how big is the house we're working with? Like how many square feet roughly?
I'm not sure. It's like multiple floors. I'm not sure like the square feet, to be honest.
Yeah. All right, no worries at all. That's actually super common. Not a lot of people know the square footage off the top of their head about how many doors and windows are you wanting to secure, or even just a ballpark guess is totally fine.
Yeah, I think I have 4 doors and 3 windows.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And do any of those doors happen to be sliding glass doors? Sometimes those need a little extra, like a glass break detector, just in case.
I think I have one. That's a sliding door.
Perfect. Thanks for letting me know. So with sliding doors, just so you know, we usually add a glass break detector because honestly, someone can shatter the glass and walk right in without the door ever actually opening. That way your system catches it, not just if the door opens. What kind of windows do you have, by the way? Are they the standard ones that slide up and down, the ones with cranks at the bottom, like casement, or just fixed glass that doesn't open?
I'm not sure. I think maybe they crank at the bottom.
Okay, so those sound like casement windows, the kind you open with a handle. That actually makes things a bit simpler. For those windows, someone couldn't just pop them open. They'd have to shatter the glass, which is why a glass break detector is usually the way to go. And the good news is, even if you have several in one room, you only need one detector for that whole area. No worries if you're not 100% on the window type. If you want, you could check later and just text or call me with the details. So, would you like for me to go ahead and walk through what kind of package might fit your place and the typical pricing?
Yeah, I would like that.
All right, perfect. What we usually recommend is our basic kit, which starts at $299. That includes 3 door contacts, 1 motion detector, and a doorbell camera. So that covers your main doors, and you get a pretty awesome video feed at your front door. The monthly Wi-Fi monitoring is $35. If you want to add glass break detectors for your sliding door and those casement windows, those are a one-time cost of $38 each. Not bad for the extra peace of mind. And since you're local, we can actually set up a time for me to come out and install everything for you. Would you like to go ahead and schedule an installation or do you want to think it over a bit longer?
Yeah, I need to talk to my wife about it and all this stuff, so I'm not sure right now.
That's totally fine. Honestly, a lot of folks like to talk it over together first. How about I email you all the info we just discussed so you both can look it over at your own pace? If you decide you want to move forward, it's super easy to schedule. Just reply or text me. What's a good email for you so I can send all the package details and pricing?
That's interesting. Sorry, I was listening to audio real quick. Ooh, 6:52. So I got 3 hours soon. Mm. Um, need a little bit of time to think to myself.
Just don't know it. What was that?
Are you already running an e-commerce business, or is it something you're just looking to start?
Find out a little more information about it.
Okay, do you mean like on e-commerce in general, or the company, or what do you mean?
Yeah, so just like in general, like I kind of want to see how the business model is, if it works, how much money you can make, just kind of like a little more info on the whole thing.
Okay, for sure. Well, I can definitely send you over some different information and maybe like some context around that for sure. Now, the call you did have scheduled is basically more to talk about what it is that you are looking to achieve, maybe experience you already have your current situation, and then if we do have some alignment, take you through how it is that we scale our own businesses, how we work with our clients, maybe show you inside a few of our stores, things like that, and see if there even is a way that we can help you out.
Awesome.
So is that something that you're looking to do, or you're not sure on e-commerce in general? If your email, have a look at those, and then I'll also send you over our website as well. Have a look at that, and then we can reconnect from there.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No worries. Have a good day.
All right, bye. Okay, she was so good. She was phenomenal. She literally answered every question like really, really well. So.
All right. Let's go back to focusing. Ooh, almost 7. Ooh, 0 viewers. Okay. But you still should be able to classify it. You should to understand what the client wants the voice agent person to be. For what he wants voice agent, how he wants the conversation to go, and what he wants the voice agent to say, and how he wants say. Your task is to use the transcript and classification notes to craft the persona section. Kind of think of to myself a bit. So I want to write some notes. So I was kind of thinking to myself about stuff I want to think about. Sales call. All right. Oh, 17 hours. Let's go. Okay. want to see something in N8 real quick. I have to probably have to create because I want to use N8. I don't want to use fucking Make or anything. So let me sign in. Start free trial. I already used this email. Let's just do addition. Or I can have to type it in again. Oh, it's starting up. Okay. What I want to see is that for a thread, if I can also, I forgot, if I'm using the thread, I might not be able to update the prompt itself. OpenAI. That's crazy. So I can put a thread or put So I'm using Assistant. I probably can't dynamically change it unless I update Assistant, which I could technically do. Just update the Assistant. I'm not sure if I want to update the Assistant every time. So what I can also do is that I'll probably just send a message. Probably see how I do it. I might update it, just send a message for each prompt, but I can change that later. Um, persona, persona. Let me see if I really need. I don't think I need to put the transcript every single time. Let me see if I really need to do that. Because it might already be inside the prompt section, but let's see. Yeah, let me actually put the one with the transcript. The only thing is that it creates such a huge prompt right now, which it doesn't. It looks like it's blah blah blah. Yeah, let me actually give it the transcript now. One thing I also think I don't think it has the actual examples too. So let me do that. Hmm. Here are examples of persona sections from my prompt, from previous prompts, Mm. Mm. There. Oh. Let's share my screen. I'll share my screen still. Oh. How much time has passed? So I have like 3 hours left. I don't know if it's a good thing or not, because I am tired as a motherfucker, but I also want to finish as much as I can. This is so good. These are always great. It still doesn't add the this is great. This is great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. Mm. Oh, it's crazy. Now it's switching. That's crazy. Let me see. And go to LinkedIn. I go back here real quick. Stop sharing for a moment. Ooh, go to LinkedIn. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's cool. Sure. Sure. The next few days. So let me know. Let me know. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. I'm reading a LinkedIn post from Ming Xiu, who's he works for Trill AI, which is a pretty cool voice AI company. I think it's a small one, but it looks like they're always doing pretty cool stuff. So let me when I'm on AI text the customer is busy or offers a callback and no time is provided. Ooh, that's small. That's a cool feature. So Chill AI has a smart callback feature. So when on the AI text that the customer is busy and offers a callback if no time is provided, it's scheduled for the same time tomorrow. So I mean, you can prompt this in, but I think it's cool when you don't have to go prompt that in. You can just um, turn that on. So that is a pretty cool concept. It's a pretty. Sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. I just don't want to uh, share anything I don't want to be sharing. Let's see. So, as a gear, Blue and Cobra have real officials to their tribute, blah, blah, blah. Then again, blah, 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 blah. And the play vowels in the mode take R, for example, the direct vowels that guide models prompts. I'm not sure what he means by that, but it's cool. Never heard of evals. Let me save that. Dropbox AI, 2x founder, Angel Investor. Vice, blah, blah, blah. To do 2 years at General Parts Company, same reviews, 200 impressions, and why did I promote this post? Actually, let me look at one more thing before I stop procrastinating in LinkedIn. Just one more thing. So how should I? What was I gonna look at? I was gonna look at something. I forgot what I was gonna look at. No, we're okay. There it is. I was gonna look at profile viewers because I just want to who's stock my profile. Look, I heard of this person before. Nothing interesting. Nothing crazy. Okay. Okay, let's go back to working. I'm being distracted. Go back. Share my entire screen. Okay. So I was building here. So I got the persona. This one looks amazing. It did a really good job of building the persona. So let me take that, copy that. Where was I? Copy that here. Label persona section. Let's see, persona. Oops, don't know this right thing. One thing I want to prompt it to do is that usually I like to put the 3 markers in here. I just feel like Markdown makes it understand that this is a section. But usually I think when ChatGPT does Markdown, it makes it into bold text. So let me see. Let me go back to my prompt real quick. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I told it to do that. I think I need to put in examples to make it free formatting too. I think that will fix that issue. So understand. So I think if it's 3 stars, I don't think it'll do that markdown stuff. Let me uppercase that persona 2, persona and 3. It's end is probably better than ending, but you could give a shit for it right now. Persona persona and okay. I want to do that same thing for roll. How many times? 7 hours, 25 minutes. Okay. Probably at like 3 more hours of streaming. Till I take a fucking damn. Till I pretty much pass out pretty much. Okay. Where was I doing? Rolls. Just want to clean up the examples. So okay, that's 3. That's 3. That even okay, example 2. Why is this example 2? What the heck? You're inbound. You're provided with this example 2 is all fucking wrong. Let me what the let me go to American Express. Now let me copy this whole thing. Damn, this is a big ass roll example section. Okay. The notes. Let me remove roll end. I'll have to clean up some of this data later, but that should be good. So what's the next section? I'm so close to finishing all the creating all the assistants for all these prompts. So next is I'm gonna do pronunciation, important instructions, and prompt structure all in one kind of prompt. So okay, where is it? Copy this. Generate the important rules. Important rules, prompt structure, and and punctuation. Didn't make it green. Doesn't really matter, but cool, whatever. Section for voice AI prompt. So let me call your assistant responsible for everyone. Your current task is to help me craft a voice AI agent. No, not a voice AI. It's, craft me a prompt section for important rules, prompt structure, and rules, prompt structure, and pronunciation if they're needed. So the interesting thing about this is I don't think these sections are always needed. And in the prompt, because I'm right now I'm kind of I'm creating a prompt of RE4, but with AI, and I'm interested to see if this thing using the transcript from the meeting. I'm interested to see if this thing creates important rules or prompt structure or pronunciation section because I didn't really create that one in the original prompt if they're needed. So I mentioned if they are needed because because these seconds aren't really needed unless there's specific conditions that happen in the conversation that makes them needed. What time is it right now? 10:31. 7:31. Wow, this is heavy. Hey, thanks. What's up? What up? Hope you're doing good. Okay. All right. Let me go back to what I was kind of building out. What was I building out? So yeah, that happens unless there's specification in the conversation that makes it needed. For example, for section, it's only really needed if you are if the AI is going to say address or a phone number or is a price during the conversation, then we will have pronunciation section just to make sure the AI structures it in a certain way in its response to that it pronounces it right pronounces it or says those things right. Alright, let me check. I'm about to drink some water real quick. Let's see. I'm about to drink some water and go to the bathroom real quick. I just want to see something. Where is that section? Okay, this is the section. So it's addresses, phone numbers, and money. That's like the main three. Okay. Okay, so let me paste this in notes real quick. Not notes. Let me paste this here. Oh, no, I already have all this here. Okay, that's nice. Okay, now also I want to mention, so that's not notes for portrait and any extra sections. Because sometimes my prompt, you might have an extra section, maybe extra data that you want the AI to have, just in case. So let me mention that. You guys just have graphic prompts and any extra section if any extra section if they are needed. So I mentioned they're needed because these sections are really needed unless aren't really needed unless there's conditions to have the conversation. For example, needed say those things right. Let me get some water real quick. Go to the bathroom. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, staying up late sometimes be scary as fuck. Let's see, 7:37. All right, let me go back to what I was doing. just make the AI section a certain way. Then you have okay. Then you have the important rules section, which is only really needed if you have have instructions. You have rules and instructions that are very important. They're very important that you want AI to always follow throughout the conversation. Throughout the conversation or any scenario, or the important standard rules that you just want the AI to follow. That you just want the AI to follow. Ooh, bro, I am losing steam, but I think I got I guess 2 hours 30 more minutes in me. Okay, then then let's see. Then the prompt structure is only really needed for AI voice bots that will follow a very strict dialogue, a more strict dialogue flow, and we'll use dialogues in dialogue flow. But these are more for qualified agents or qualify agents. So agents that qualify that ask a bunch of questions to qualify leads, and yeah, they qualify a bunch of qualify, but not for agents that are closer agents or more customer support, tech support agents, tech agents, and they're very more simple based and more simple and Q&A based. But not for agents that are closer. Not for agents that are more closer type agents or customer support agents. And then let me already copy. So again, here's the breakdown. Then extra sections. Extra sections are just for information and sometimes rules that you think won't fit, which wouldn't fit in any other section, and should get a section of their own. For example, for a real estate agent, I did. It needs to know all the realtors that it was going to transfer to. So I had a separate section. Let me go. I'm so happy I can freaking switch browsers now. With retail. Must have the wrong one. Is it? No, that should be the right one. Yeah. So, for example, for real estate agent, real estate from phone agent, I was doing. It needs all the real. It needed to know the AI doing. The AI needs to know all the realtors that it was going to transfer the call to, and what they're responsible for. So it knew who to transfer the call to based on what the caller needed or was asking for. Here's an example of that section. Here's an example of that section. Ooh. Okay, and then here's just a separate breakdown of all the other sections again. How much time I have? 7 minutes and 45 minutes. Ooh. I'm gonna reach 10 hours. That is nice. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. What is next? What is next? Just then here's a separate. It's just separate for all sections. Then separate. Here's just another breakdown of all the sections again. Ooh. And here's another breakdown of all the sections again. Let's see. Then here's just yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I also should have a conversational habit section. I almost forgot that one. I'm gonna do that section first after this one. Though I already technically made a prompt for this one, I'm gonna come back to that. Go back to that after this. Why is it not going smaller? That is weird. Whatever. Mm, cauliflower. Yep. No, didn't copy the whole thing right. No, the price fumbling. Nope. Let me read. Oops. Nope. Yeah, thank you. Copy. Copy. Why is it? I think it's 5. Okay. This heading 5s. Okay, these are all headings now. No, that's weird. Okay, prompt structure, and then let me take one more. It's important structure and okay. Then I wanted to create the conversation rule one first before I continue with the this one, because that's what I just want to do it in order. Conversational habits and structures. Yeah. Your current task. Here's help me for conversational habits. Oops. Paste before formatting. Then copy everything here. Copy that, copy that, copy that, copy that. Woo, woo, woo. 753. Ooh. Okay, bet. Okay, and then okay, what was I gonna do? What was I gonna do? Yeah, prompt generate habit. So let me copy this. Right, one sec. Conversational habits. Make that 3. Make that 3. Here. Section. Okay, let me copy everything and tell the AI to approve it. Ooh. Okay. Let me just copy everything here. Okay. Improve this. Improve this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, bet. Now, the thing is, usually these things won't be mentioned too much in the transcript, but um, like I said, it's like I mentioned in this thing prompt, is that it's always going to have these main aspects of the conversation, that the main stuff that are always going to be important for for the conversational flow, and then it'll just use a transcript to kind of work on any more anything that's more personalized that it needs to add to that conversation, speech pattern, and response section. 1 more minute left. This is okay. Here are some examples. Here are some examples of of for of for other let's say prompts. Okay. Oh fuck. Is it gonna fail? I'm taking a bunch of now. It's gonna fail. Oh, can't understand. Can I actually understand that summary table? It's a ugly looking summary table, but I guess I'll be able to understand that. So let me take everything here. It still doesn't want to do those markers. Hmm. The fuck is that? Let me. Sorry, I'm just thinking over something. Let's go back to share my screen. Like, give myself 2 minutes to kind of think. Oh, somebody joined. I think somebody joined. Just give myself left. Ooh, give myself 3 minutes to just sit down and kind of think. Ooh. Oh. Uh, Twenty-one seconds. Ooh. Okay, let's go. All right, let's continue. Do. Oops, what the fuck? Okay, let me prove this one. I need to check something real quick. Ugh. Mm. Okay, I've been scanning at a screen for 3 minutes. Hopefully nobody saw that. Nobody did. Okay. So copy all that. Uh, Look at this. Um, Yeah. Mm. In the bathroom. Go in the bathroom real quick. Let's see how much time do I have left. Ooh. Let me get banana. Mm. Okay. Stop. Oh, say bye. Ooh, being like super quiet because I am slump. Let's see. And let me do one. Turn this. Oh, so close. No. Oops. Damn, I'm so fucking tired. Ooh. Might fucking go. You know, I technically have more hours. I might fucking go to sleep soon. Uh, okay. I'm kind of tired, and I don't think I will be able to finish what I want to do today. So what's probably gonna happen is I'm gonna finish up the whole AI agent prompting part, and then next day I'll stitch together the whole UI and NA stuff. But let's see. What was I fucking doing? Oh, lose track. Course habits, classify notes. And transcript. Mm. So it's missing some things here because the script I gave it, we went over multiple different agents. So it's adding, well, not missing things, it's adding extra information. Some of these are valid. Some of these are like kind of extra information that's not kind of needed. It's because I kind of discussed multiple voice agents in that transcript. I need to clean this up so it actually works, but I'll clean up the prompt for that too. Uh, what is this? Uh, Ooh. This. Ooh, it's been 9 hours. What up? Thanks. About to head out. About to head out. Like 10 minutes. But close. Oh, your message is too long. Fuck. Yeah, copy this. And I don't know, play. Remove all this one go. That's nice. Prove on this. Woo! Let's go to the edge. So I explain when it comes. The AI will. So this is probably the last one, and then I'm probably hitting the haystack because I'm tired as fuck, but got a ton done. Okay. Here, call flow. Here, can follow. And prompt. All right. I'm not even breaking down. I'm barely even talking anymore. I'm done. I'm so done. Once I finish this last part, bro, you just gonna. Whew. I probably have to wake up early too tomorrow because I got a meeting at like 12 and I have some work to finish too. Woo. Call flow at the end. No, what am I doing again? No. Yeah, generate something like this for me. No, it's actually not what I want. Here, let me do something like this for me. This for like example below. For the section above. 4 likes, nice. Okay. Bet. This is a big ass prompt. Okay. Copy. Oh, the fuck. Nigga, what the? Oh my gosh, I'm so pissed. Oh my fuck. Even copy what I actually wanted to copy. I have to go recopy like 40 plus pages. Ugh. How much did I just accidentally? Whoever, let me just copy this. Paste. Did I miss the call flow? Okay. Didn't add the prompt I'm supposed to add here. And let me remove all this extra shit I added. All right, bet. Classify notes. Hope this prompt isn't too big. It shouldn't be too big because it has a million. I mean, it has a context of million tokens, but for some reason, ChatGPT, the UI, was complaining about it being too big. Moment. Oh, why did I? Fuck. Retarded. I'm so retarded. Yeah, okay, I'm retarded. Need to create a new. So create a new assistant. Okay. Call. Should I name it? Call flow section builder. Create me a call flow section. Run. This is okay. Not the 100% the best, but it's okay. Flow here. And it's 5:15. Ooh, yeah. About. Oops. I see this wrong. Call flow. Ooh. So for the one person that's kind of tuning in, and for anybody that actually sees this and like zooms toward the end, basic overview of what I did for I guess 9 fucking hours is so I'm trying to build and for the VAPI VAPI challenge they're doing. There's a VAPI challenge. Do I have that open? Let me see. For their little VAPI challenge, VAPI is doing. What I'm trying to build is an automation pipeline, pipeline that will automatically create, that will take meeting notes from a meeting have, take those meeting notes, automatically create a prompt for a voice agent off that, and then create that and create a VAPI agent with that prompt, and then automatically run a bunch of tests on that VAPI agent and prove on it. And then I already have, based on like in like 10 or 15 minutes, I already have like a decent voice agent that I can just give to the client and say, hey, you can start testing this out. So that kind of automates a lot of the manual work I used to do. I still have to do the prompt to myself, but completely speeds up the process. And what I was doing now was I was building a bunch of different assistants to actually create my prompt. So I put up for each section of my prompt, I create like a special assistant that's gonna create a prompt for me based on the transcript of the meeting, and then what I classify the voice agent as. And the voice agent can be classified as an inbound agent, a tech support agent, a closer agent, appointment booker agent, a qualified agent, whatever. So I guess tomorrow, what I'll be doing a lot is creating an N8 flow to actually kind of have this set as an automation. Because right now I have it in the system playground, so I have to interact with it in chat to kind of build the prompts. But what I'll have is an N8 flow that automates that, and then also create like a little simple front end in Bolt. So then I can just paste the transcript in there and create a prompt, and that has to be like the first stage of what I'm building. I'm planning to add in more stuff, but that's just the first stage of what I'm building. Ooh. All right. Peace. I'm done. Thanks. Ooh. End stream.